Chapter 728. Kill. Just as the silhouette slaughtered the demons and disappeared, the man who was being held by the beauty spoke again. His voice was as cold as ever. The three Essence Core Realm demons were on guard. They thought that the light figure would appear again. However, they were wrong. This time, it was not the light figure that attacked. It was the two humans in front of them. One of them was a pure human with a golden glow around him. He was in the mid-stage of the Essence Core Realm. The other was tall and looked like a beast. He was in the early stage of the Essence Core Realm. If it was any other time, the three demons would definitely look down on them. They would even laugh at them for overestimating themselves. However, today, for some reason, they felt a dangerous aura of death from them. Facing the two humans, the three demons did not take the initiative to attack. Instead, they took 2 steps back and chose to defend. The demon ape and the monk rushed towards the two demons. They did not care about Leng Meng in the middle. Before they could get close, the monk and the demon ape attacked. Leng Meng's 2 demon companions could not fight back at all. The sound of energy explosions could be heard. They were like thunder that shook the heavens and the earth. The 2 of them were forced to retreat. Just as Leng Meng wanted to help, the battle had already ended. His 2 late-stage Essence Core Realm demon companions had already died. One of them had his soul destroyed by the Black Rod. The other had his heart shattered. His 2 powerful companions only lasted for a few seconds before dying. Leng Meng was in extreme shock. However, at this moment, he felt his neck tighten. Someone had suddenly grabbed him. It was the human who was held by the beauty. The other party actually avoided his sharp senses and got close to him. Leng Meng was stunned. However, with his powerful abilities, he should not be restrained by a human Essence Core Realm cultivator. Moreover, he was in the early stage of the Essence Core Realm. You! Looking at Zichen, who was holding his neck, Leng Meng's eyes widened in fear. I ask and you answer? Zichen's voice was cold. Leng Meng quickly nodded. He did not dare to show any disrespect. Zichen's fingers were surging with a terrifying energy. If he made any strange movements, he would die immediately. The woman you were talking about, where did she go? Zichen asked coldly. She went deep, Leng Meng said with a trembling voice. Is it a passage that leads to the wastelands? No, that's not it. I've entered the path of trials. After Clement finished speaking, he was out of breath and his face was red. Zichen let go of the man, who bent over and coughed uncontrollably. At this moment, Devil Ape and Tyrant had already finished cleaning up the spoils of war and walked over. The 3 of them surrounded Clement from 3 sides. If Clement made any strange movements, he would definitely be besieged by 3 sides. What do you mean by path of trial? Zichen looked down at Clement and asked. After coughing violently for a while, Leng Meng raised his head again. His face was still filled with fear. The fighting strength of these 3 humans was truly terrifying. They were almost comparable to the geniuses of the demon race. That's a passageway. It's said that once you enter, you'll arrive at a training ground. However, no one knows what's inside. Right now, almost all the experts of our demon clan are gathered there, waiting for the passageway to open. Didn't you say that someone had already entered? Why are you waiting for the passage to open? Were you lying? Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent. No, I'm not lying, Leng Meng hurriedly said. Back then, the passageway was indeed open, but we weren't sure what was inside. Under the pursuit of the experts of the demon race, that human girl with the mutated beast was defeated and had no choice but to enter the passageway. Who would have thought that after she entered, the passageway would suddenly close? The experts of the demon race were very confused about this, and went back to check some ancient books. They guessed that it was a training ground that would open again after 9 years. They're currently guarding it. Facing the threat of his life, Leng Meng said everything he knew and was very cooperative. Then, he said a lot of information about the training ground. However, it was all unintentionally heard and his own guesses. Who among the demon race was chasing that girl that day? Zichen was expressionless. There were experts of the Dragonman bloodline and people of the 6 major demon races. They are now in the depths. If you want to take revenge, you can go there. Looking at them, Lun Meng begged. Now that I've told you everything, please let me go. Who says the demon race isn't afraid of death? They're worse than humans. They're just not afraid of death because they haven't met anything they're afraid of. The demon ape snorted. Lun Meng died in the end. Zichen didn't let him go. Other than that, Zichen didn't plan to let all the demon race here go. They dared to attack Xian'er, so they couldn't be forgiven. None of us went far. We were just training in the ancient beast world, waiting for Zichen's return. Xian'er couldn't have left without saying goodbye. So she was forced by the demon race. The demon ape looked at Zichen and said, Zichen, should we kill our way into the depths now and settle the score with those dragon men? After thinking for a while, Zichen shook his head. Xian'er has been gone for many years. We're not in a hurry to take revenge. Let's continue hunting. We'll enter the depths after everything is settled. The group continued to hunt ancient beasts. If they encountered the demon race, they wouldn't go easy. The demon race had been in this area for decades. Other than the time when a human woman killed many of their experts, the demon race hadn't suffered any losses. But recently, they had suffered many losses. First, the leader of the Heavenly Dog clan was killed by a human. Moreover, it was said that he was killed by a single stick strike. In the following days, many more Dantian realm monsters died, and in recent days, the number of Dantian realm monsters that died was increasing. 3 days ago, the corpses of Ling Meng and the other demon race experts were found. In the next few days, the number of core realm experts who died reached 8. Dozens of core realm experts in the early and middle stages died. The demon race was furious. They ordered to search for the culprits, but there was no trace of them in the past few days. It must be those humans. Only they dare to enter the depths and have the ability to kill core realm experts in the late stages, said a core realm expert who saw the demon ape fight in the last battle. Go find them. Search with all your might, the Tiango expert roared. Find them. We must find the culprits. I want to tear these humans into pieces, the wolf man expert also ordered. The other demon race experts did the same. On one hand, the demon race sent out many experts to search for the culprits. On the other hand, they sent more demon race experts to the outer regions to kill the human teams in the land of chaos. The passageway that had been closed for almost 9 years was about to reopen. Behind the passageway might be an ancient trial road. Therefore, they couldn't afford to lose it. They had to chase away or kill all the humans. During this period of time, the humans who had been attacked several times had suffered even more casualties, causing them to retreat frequently. In addition, the 5 leaders were also very busy, regretting that they had not agreed to Zichen's request in the first place. They became leaders, but they didn't win back their dignity. Instead, because of their repeated failures, many other forces complained. Therefore, during this period, the 5 of them didn't hesitate to send out many experts to find Zichen. They wanted him to lead them back and forth to destroy the demon race. During this period, Zichen deliberately avoided the humans' search route. His original intention was to make them suffer more. After a few days, Zichen felt that it was about time to return. Fortunately, they had obtained a lot of ancient beast resources during this period of killing and robbing. It was time to return. During this period, Wild Wolf, who had refined many beast cores, finally reached the peak of mid-stage primal core. It was time to break through to late-stage primal core. On the way back, Zichen's group heard the sound of fighting. Strange, this is the inner region. Humans don't dare to come here. Who is fighting? Let's go take a look. The group walked in the direction of the fight. When they arrived, they saw a late-stage primal core human surrounded by a group of demon race experts. There were 2 late-stage primal core experts in this group. Other than that, there were more than 10 other primal core experts. At this moment, these demon race experts were surrounding the human, but they didn't attack. In the center of the battlefield, the late-stage primal core human was fighting with a demon race expert. What was surprising was that this demon race expert was actually a mid-stage primal core expert. A mid-stage primal core expert was fighting a late-stage primal core expert, and he wasn't at a disadvantage. It seemed like this demon race expert was quite strong. When they got closer, Zichen's group also saw two lifeless human corpses lying on the ground. "Sir, it's a late-stage primal core expert from the Wu family." Wild Wolf recognized the demon race expert after seeing his appearance. A late-stage primal core expert from an overlord force is actually being suppressed by a mid-stage demon race expert. I wonder if the opponent is too strong, or if the overlord force is too weak. Demon Ape said coldly. If he swallowed a blood explosion pill directly, he might have a chance to live. But if he fights like this, he will definitely die. Monk concluded. The group approached. They didn't suppress their auras, and the sound of footsteps could be heard. Instantly, they were noticed by the demon race experts. The demon race experts turned around. When they saw the group of humans, they were surprised. Then, they were happy because more prey had come. However, when they saw that there wasn't even a late-stage primal core expert among the prey, they were disappointed. Zichen, Lord Zichen, save me? Wu family's Dan Yuan also saw Zichen, and his face was filled with joy. This cry made the mid-stage demon race expert lose interest in continuing the battle. If he wanted to kill the opponent, he could do it in minutes. However, he was bored recently, so he played with the opponent for a while longer. Zichen's group advanced in a straight line without stopping. When the demon race experts saw this, they also began to retreat. Wu family's Dan Yuan took the opportunity to run to Zichen. Lord Zichen, we have been looking for you for a long time. Lord hopes that you can go back and take charge of the situation. Wu family's Dan Yuan said excitedly when he reached Zichen's side. Zichen ignored Wu family's Dan Yuan. Instead, he looked at the demon race experts in front of him. After seeing the stance of the group of people, the demon race experts no longer looked arrogant. Instead, they looked fearful. Their gazes landed on Demon Ape. They must have recognized them. Chapter 729. This was a demonic-looking young man from the demon clan. His fingers were like sharp claws, and his long nails emitted a cold light under the sun. He had a long furry tail, and when he spoke, sharp fangs appeared in his mouth. At this moment, he was pointing at the demon ape and issuing a challenge. What? The demon ape didn't seem to have heard him clearly. Are you the one who killed the leader of the Tiango clan and Ling Meng and the others? The demonic youth asked coldly. Yes, the demon ape admitted. All right, fight with me, or you will all die. The demonic youth's eyes flashed with excitement, and then they became ferocious. Be careful, he is from the werewolf clan, which is called the Tiango clan. Although he is only in the middle stage of the primal core realm, he is very strong and ferocious. The Wu clan's Dan Yuan whispered. Celestial wolf, celestial hound, what a mess. These fellows are either human nor demon. As for ferocity, that's only relative. They are nothing compared to the more ferocious ones. A cruel smile appeared on the devil ape's face. Beside him, the other humans chuckled with disdain. Perhaps this werewolf was a genius who could kill enemies above his level, but that didn't include the demon ape. At this moment, he was simply courting death by challenging the demon ape. Behind the werewolf youth, two late-stage primal core realm cultivators walked up and whispered in his ear. Then they looked at the demon ape with fear, as if saying that these humans were very strong. A mere human, how strong can he be? He thinks that he is invincible just because he killed a few demons. Today I, Lang Meng, will kill him on behalf of the Heavenly Wolf royal family to avenge the dead demons. The demonic young man said confidently. But third young master. The demon Dan Yuan's words were interrupted by the werewolf youth. The other party said impatiently. Don't worry, the Tiango clan will definitely kill him. As for the others, you can kill them later. The two demon Dan Yuan saw that their persuasion was useless, and their master was angry, so they had no choice but to retreat. However, they were still on alert. Once they felt something was wrong, they would immediately help. The werewolf youth took a few steps forward and looked at the demon ape provocatively. The demon ape was furious and was about to kill him. "Demon ape, you don't have to fight this battle," Zichen suddenly said. The demon ape turned its head and looked at Zichen. "What's wrong? Do you want to go up and kill him yourself?" Zichen chuckled and said, "Let's leave this battle to Zhang Tong. It seems that he hasn't even fought once since he came to the ancient beast realm. He's about to go back soon. It would be a pity if he doesn't fight." Zhang Tong's combat strength was not bad. Although he could only make 3 strikes, each strike was extremely terrifying. However, with Zichen leading the team and the 2 powerful generals, the tyrant and the devil ape, there was almost no need for him to make a move. Along the way, Zhang Tong had been a spectator. Now that he had gained enough and was about to return home, he hadn't fought even once. It was indeed a pity. At this moment, when he heard Zichen's words, Zhang Tong's face was filled with gratitude. "All right, give it to Zhang Tong." The demonic ape nodded and retreated. Zhang Tong strode forward. Seeing that the opponent had changed, the werewolf youth frowned. He looked at the demon ape and said, "I want to fight you." "He can't." "Kill him, then I'll go," the devil ape said directly. "That's good. I'm still very happy to kill humans." The werewolf youth's eyes flashed with cruelty again. Zhang Tong also laughed and said, "I'm also very happy to kill demons. Moreover, he's a demon genius. This feeling of killing a genius must be very good. You're courting death." The werewolf roared and charged at Zhang Tong. His sharp fingernails once again grew crazily, and like numerous sharp blades, they slashed towards Zhang Tong as they crisscrossed. With a flash, a long blade appeared in Zhang Tong's hand. The blade emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire battlefield. "A superb elixir weapon!" Seeing the long blade in Zhang Tong's hand, Dan Yuan of the Wu family let out a scream. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect Zichen to equip his subordinate with a superb elixir weapon. When the long blade appeared, Zhang Tong held it and slashed. Blade light flashed. Like a waterfall, the blade light gushed out from the tip of the blade. With a terrifying aura, it slashed at the werewolf at an extremely fast speed. Such a strange speed also frightened the werewolf. His expression changed and he changed from attack to defense. His sharp nails blocked the blade light in front of him. Bang! The blade light slashed down, and a muffled sound erupted. The werewolf was knocked back more than 10 steps, and several of his blade-like fingernails were broken. His slightly changed expression changed greatly. He thought that he could easily finish off his opponent, but who would have thought that he would be such a tough opponent? After the first slash, Zhang Tong's figure flashed and approached the werewolf youth. The second slash landed. The 2 attacks were executed in one breath. They were perfectly connected without any loopholes. This time, the blade light was even more terrifying. From this attack, the werewolf felt a dangerous aura. He roared and mobilized all the energy in his body to block this attack. At this time, his face was full of shock. Bang! The blade light landed. Another violent sound was heard. The powerful force was surging. The werewolf was directly sent flying. He coughed up blood. His body had suffered an unimaginable injury. With 2 slashes, the werewolf genius was defeated by Zhang Tong, who was also in the middle stage of the Dan realm. The other 2 Dan realm beasts reacted. One of them went to catch the werewolf, while the other went to Zhang Tong, wanting to stop him from killing him. However, when Zhang Tong attacked, he would definitely attack 3 times, and only 3 times. After the second strike landed, a perfect third strike had already appeared. The originally glaring long blade had become even more glaring due to the dual infusion of Zhang Tong's soul power and elemental power. Furthermore, the surging aura on the long blade had also far surpassed the previous 2 strikes. Swoosh! The third attack landed. The terrifying blade light slashed through the werewolf's body. Its speed had reached the limit. The blade light flashed and disappeared. The werewolf's body was split into 2. In addition, the Dan realm beasts who wanted to catch the werewolf also had one of their arms chopped off. As for the Dan realm beasts who rushed to Zhang Tong, he felt that something was wrong and retreated first. Otherwise, what awaited him would be his body being split in two as well. He did not think that he could dodge or block such a fast and terrifying blade light. After 3 attacks, Zhang Tong's spirit was exhausted. He instantly became weak. The wild wolf appeared behind him and supported him. On the human side, the Dan realm beasts from the Wu clan who had never seen Zhang Tong attack were dumbfounded. Shang Guanyu's mouth was wide open. She was extremely shocked. The werewolf, who was able to kill enemies of a higher level, was killed just like that. Moreover, it was a cultivator of the same level who only took 3 attacks from him. Although the top-grade Dan realm weapon could not be ignored, the 3 slashes were even more terrifying. You dared to kill the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline? You humans are finished. The werewolf was dead. The beasts were still in shock. The beasts with one arm were also shocked and angry. You killed the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline. You are in big trouble. Not only will you die, but all the humans in this area will be buried with the 3rd young master. Another Dan realm beast in the later stage also shouted. However, his voice was trembling because of fear. Since the 3rd young master of the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline was dead, they naturally would not be able to survive. Even if they were not killed by the humans in front of them, they would be killed by the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline when they returned. I don't know whether we will die or not, but I know that you will not live. Zichen smiled faintly. Kill them now. A murderous aura surged around the demonic ape. Zichen shook his head and said, No need. Take their resources. As for their lives, leave them to others. The demonic ape nodded and then rushed out with the monk. After a few simple attacks, they easily knocked out all the Dan realm beasts and took their resources. After that, the group left without killing anyone. Lord Zichen, you shouldn't let them live. What if they go back and report? The dead werewolf is from the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline. We can't bear the anger of that bloodline. On the way back, the Wu clan Dan Yuan, who had just recovered from his shock, thought of this extremely serious problem. Zichen smiled and said, The beasts will find out about this sooner or later. It doesn't matter whether we kill them or not. Moreover, if we want the ancient beast resources here, we have to fight against all the beasts. When that time comes, not only the Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline, but perhaps the Heavenly Dog King will come too. Then all the more we shouldn't let them go. After all, the beasts are our enemies. Moreover, killing them will give us more than a dozen monster cores. Monster cores are one of the resources. The Wu clan Dan Yuan added. Earlier, there were 2 Dan realm beasts in the group. That meant that there were 2 late-stage Dan realm beasts. Even he coveted 2 late-stage Dan realm cores. Zichen smiled and didn't answer. Perhaps he had killed too many people and was tired of killing. After coming to the ancient beast realm, he didn't seem to have taken the initiative to kill anyone. Moreover, those beasts would die if they went back. Seeing Zichen return with the people from the Heavenly Man Pavilion, the leaders of the overlords were extremely excited. This time, before Zichen could speak, they strongly requested that Zichen be the leader. They even declared that the 5 overlords would follow Zichen's lead and would listen to his every word. The battles with the demon clan over the past few days had made them understand that the role of leader was not an honor, but a responsibility. After repeated defeats, the 5 of them felt the pressure, and it was enormous pressure. This time, afraid that Zichen would change his mind and leave, the leaders of the 5 overlords quickly gathered the other leaders to discuss this matter. Greetings, Lord Zichen. In the meeting room, Zichen sat at the head of the table. The monk and the devil ape stood beside him. Shang Guanyuer didn't come, so the leaders of the various forces all cupped their fists and greeted Zichen respectfully. This action showed that they all approved of Zichen being the leader. If you choose me as your leader, then you must be prepared to listen to my orders unconditionally. Zichen looked at the crowd and nodded in satisfaction as he spoke slowly. Don't worry, Lord. We will listen to you unconditionally. Even if you ask us to die immediately, we won't say a word, one of the leaders said solemnly. Chapter 730. Ah! The leader was dumbfounded. Then, he looked embarrassed. He just wanted to flatter Zichen and prove his loyalty. He did not expect Zichen to take him seriously. Even though he had extraordinary self-control, he still blushed in embarrassment. Zichen actually despised this kind of people. They treated their own lives as if they didn't care about other people's lives at all. Seeing that the leader did not speak, Zichen looked at the crowd and asked, "Since everyone has chosen me to be the leader, I want to know if you will participate in the battle." "Yes," the crowd shouted. Zichen changed the topic and said seriously, "What I mean is, will you fight the demon race personally?" Once he said this, the crowd did not answer directly. They all chose to remain silent. They were the leaders of their families and had extraordinary statuses. Naturally, they could not participate in such a battle where they might die. Their role was only to command from the back. As for the fighting and killing, it was better to let others do it. Zichen had expected their expressions. Zichen snorted and said, "It is okay if you do not participate in the battle. Moreover, if I let you fight, it seems like you are more afraid of death than the others. It will only spoil the situation. I do not need you to participate in the following battle. But now, all of you, start to allocate your Jindan essence to me." "Allocate Jindan essence? How do we allocate it?" The crowd was stunned when they heard this. "Allocate according to the number of strong cultivators in the family. If there are no late-stage primordial core cultivators in the family, allocate mid-stage primordial core cultivators. If there are not many mid-stage primordial core cultivators, allocate early-stage primordial core cultivators. As long as you give these people to me, don't expect them to live. In other words, you will give me kamikaze warriors." Seeing that everyone's expressions changed again and started to plan their own schemes, Zichen said, "In this battle, besides killing the demon race, we will also gain some resources. I will distribute these resources fairly according to the number of strong cultivators each family sends out. Therefore, the more kamikaze warriors you send out, the more you will gain. Of course, don't try to fool me. Give me all early-stage and mid-stage primordial core cultivators. If that is the case, you will still fight the battle. I will bring people back to the Heavenly Man Pavilion. After all, we have gained a lot these days." The expressions of the leaders changed again. They looked at each other, unable to make up their minds. "Lord Zichen, how many Den essences should each of us send?" someone asked. "Naturally, send out as many primal core cultivators as possible. It would be best if they are at the mid-stage primal core stage or above. As for those at the early-stage primal core stage, they should return home and continue cultivating. Additionally, give each of them a blood burst pill. As for those at the late-stage primal core stage, they will be given a treasure pill," Zichen said. "Ah, then how many resources would be wasted on one person?" The leader of a faction glared. Regardless of whether it was the blood explosion pill or the treasure pill, the cost of production was extremely high. If they were to be distributed to everyone, it would be a huge expenditure of resources. Zichen looked at everyone and said seriously, "Remember, this is a battle. To put it simply, it's a battle for the ancient beast realm and resources. To put it simply, it's a battle between two regions. Bring out everything you have. At this point, there's no need to hide anything. If you lose this battle and lose the resources of the ancient beast realm, the land of chaos will have no chance of rising again. However, if you win, thousands of years later, the experts and resources of each of your factions will increase by hundreds or even thousands of times. Therefore, this is the only chance for the land of chaos to rise again. If you grab hold of it, the land of chaos will rise again. If you don't, everything will remain the same. However, if another small world similar to the ancient beast realm appears, you will continue to let the demon race ride over your heads." After Zichen finished speaking, everyone's expressions were clearly moved. However, they were all experienced people. It was unrealistic to think that these few words would be enough to move them. Actually, most of you should be glad that I'm the leader. In the future, when we distribute resources, I will distribute them impartially. You will get what you put in. I will not participate in situations where the large factions suppress the small factions. Moreover, after the alliance is unified, all the resources will be distributed uniformly. May I ask Lord Zichen, how many elixir elements will the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion send this time? The leader who was interested asked. The Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion has just been established. The number of elixir elements we have is far from enough. Therefore, this time, other than the three of us, I will not send anyone else. As for the elixir elements that came with me earlier, they will also leave today. If you feel that this is unfair, each faction can send me 6 elixir elements in the later stage. I believe that the combat power of the three of us should be comparable to 6 elixir elements in the later stage. Lord Zichen, you must be joking. As long as you are guarding this place, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion can choose not to send anyone. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The real combat power of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was here. As long as the three of them took action, no amount of elixir elements from the demon race would be enough to kill them. Therefore, as long as Zichen and the rest participated in the battle, they were very relieved. All right, I'll give you half a day to arrange your people. After Zichen finished speaking, he strode out of the meeting room. The monk and the devil ape also left. In the meeting room, the others were still discussing how many people to send. Wild Wolf and the rest were waiting outside the meeting room. When Zichen returned, Yuer held his arm and leaned on Zichen's shoulder. Lord. Wild Wolf and the rest bowed. I'll escort you out. We'll leave now, Zichen said. Now? Didn't you say we have to wait until tomorrow? Wild Wolf was puzzled. During this period, the demon race has already launched several attacks. The frequency of their attacks has far exceeded my expectations. Perhaps there will be another battle in the near future. It's better for you all to leave early, Zichen said. Then when will we come in? Wild Wolf asked again. When you break through to the later stage of the elixir realm, bring them along. After he finished speaking, Zichen led the group and left. At the teleportation exit, Zichen watched Wild Wolf and the rest leave. Beside him, Shengguan Yuer was still holding on to Zichen. You're not leaving. Zichen looked at Yuer. Why should I leave? Yuer looked at Zichen in confusion. It's dangerous for you to stay. With you here, I'm not afraid. Shengguan Yuer acted like a little girl and said softly. Besides, I can accompany you at night. Ahem. Zichen coughed softly. Beside him, the devil ape covered its mouth and snickered. Tyrant chanted the name of Buddha. Half a day later, the 38 forces in the Bedlam lands had arranged their people for Zichen. There were 103 early-stage elixir realm people, 205 middle-stage elixir realm people, and 38 late-stage elixir realm people. Fortunately, the 38 forces sent them together. If only one force sent them, they would definitely vomit blood. Zichen glanced at the group of elixir realm cultivators and said coldly, Let me introduce myself. I'm Zichen, the leader of your men of sacrifice. From now on, you must obey my orders unconditionally. If anyone disagrees, I won't force you and you can leave immediately. However, if anyone disagrees on the battlefield, then I'm sorry, but you must die. I've always been kind, and I'm the same when killing enemies. However, I'll never show mercy to those who run away and disobey my orders. Zichen paced in front of the group of elixir realm cultivators. Anyway, why are you called men of sacrifice? It's because you can die in battle at any time. After we start the war with the demon race, if I don't tell you to retreat, you'll only have 2 choices. One is to kill all the demon race, and the other is to die in battle. However, before that, I'd like to give you a heartfelt piece of advice. When you face the demon race, if you know you're no match for them, you'd better swallow the blood explosion elixir as soon as possible. As for the early stage of elixir realm, your battle strength is too weak, almost 0. Therefore, I suggest that you self-detonate whenever you have the time. Because if you die like this, you'll be able to drag 1 or 2 people down with you. Zichen forgot his identity as an early-stage elixir realm cultivator when he said this. As for the late stage of elixir realm, As the main force in the war against the demon race, you must remember to take the blood explosion elixir at any time. Also, take the elixir as soon as possible. You only have one life. If you don't take the elixir in time, you'll just be giving it to others. If you're still alive after the battle, I'll fight for the elixir for you. Therefore, don't be afraid of consuming it. As Zichen spoke, the group of leaders in the distance felt their hearts tremble, and they couldn't help but tremble. What did he mean by self-detonate? What did he mean by don't be afraid of consuming it? It should be known that these were extremely expensive elixirs, not ordinary ones. After that, Zichen spoke a lot. When he was done, he asked, "Did you all remember?" The group of Elixir Realm cultivators replied that they had remembered, but their voices were not loud. This was because Zichen had said too much, and they could not remember everything. Zichen smiled faintly and said, "In summary, obey all orders. If you can't win, take the blood explosion elixir. If you're going to die, self-detonate. Don't be afraid of consuming the elixir." This time, everyone replied loudly to show that they had remembered. "It's good that you've remembered. That's good. The first battle is about to begin. Prepare to fight to the death. I'll also be able to see your combat power," Zichen said indifferently. In less than a moment, the devil ape flew over from afar. "A group of demon race has arrived. There are 23 of them in the late stage of the elixir realm, over 100 in the middle stage, and over 100 in the early stage." The devil ape brought the information, but it only accurately mentioned the late stage of the elixir realm, which he was most concerned about. It completely ignored the other two stages of the demon race. Zichen nodded. At this moment, he thought of the spirit-devouring rats. They seemed to be the best at gathering information in the Heavenly Man Pavilion. "Prepare for battle." After Zichen finished speaking, he flew to the back. The devil ape and the monk followed. Not long after, everyone felt a turbulent aura coming from the horizon. A monstrous, murderous intent surged. "The demon race has fewer people than you, and the number of strong cultivators is also fewer than you. If you can't beat them, you might as well kill yourselves." Zichen gave the final order. Kill the demon race. Anyone who tries to escape, kill without mercy." The demon race that had come this time was the heavenly dog race. In their impression, humans were not only weak, but also timid. This time, they had sent so many strong cultivators. According to their usual style, the humans should have been scared witless and run away like rats. However, the situation today was different. Not only were these humans not afraid when they saw them, but they were also filled with endless battle intent. Chapter 731. Did these humans take the wrong medicine? The leader of the Tiango race was shocked to see these abnormal humans. This was the first time in the ancient beast world that humans dared to take the initiative to attack the demons. While they were still in shock, the two core essences collided. The humans were abnormal today, but the demons, who had always been strong, were naturally not afraid of the abnormal humans. As soon as the two sides collided, all kinds of energy exploded in the sky. In terms of individual combat power, the demons were indeed stronger than the humans. Normally, the humans would be at a disadvantage. They would be suppressed, defeated, and run away in panic. Then they would be killed while running away. But today, the humans were destined to be abnormal. Zichen's words were still echoing in the ears of the humans. They remembered clearly. Therefore, when they felt that they were about to lose, they started swallowing blood explosion elixirs. Normally, when humans fought, they would take blood explosion elixirs, but they would only take them one by one. Their combat power would indeed increase instantly, but they could still kill their opponents under the suppression of several demons. But today, there seemed to be dozens of demons who swallowed blood explosion elixirs in an instant. Dozens of terrifying auras surged, shocking the demons. However, this scene made the leaders of the various forces feel pained. After swallowing blood explosion elixirs, the humans' combat power instantly increased by several times. The demons, who were originally strong, instantly became weak and were suppressed. This seemed to be the first time in the ancient beast world that something like this had happened. After exhausting their energy and obtaining victory, the gazes of the leaders of the various powers instantly changed. Boom! Then, the sound of self-destruction came from the sky. An early-stage core essence cultivator had self-destructed. Usually, this was the specialty of the demons. After being suppressed by the core essence of the blood explosion elixir, the demons would seize the opportunity to self-destruct. But today, the first to self-destruct was a human. And this kind of self-destruction seemed to have caused a chain reaction, one after another. Just as Zichen had said, even if they died, they would drag a few down with them. Record the people who self-destructed and how many they killed. Zichen stood in the distance, watching the battle quietly with the leaders of the various forces. Lord Zichen, why aren't you participating in the battle? Someone asked curiously. Zichen rolled his eyes and said, If I participate in the battle, who will record their achievements? After the battle, who will distribute the spoils to them? Besides, can't you see that I'm commanding? Do you understand? This is a technical job. The leader was rendered speechless. But soon, he saw the monk and the demon ape and asked, But what about these two? They are very powerful. If they go up and kill the enemy now, they will definitely be able to repel the monsters. At this moment, many people were looking at Zichen in confusion. They didn't understand why Zichen didn't allow the two powerful generals, Tyrant and Devil Ape, to kill the enemy. If the two of them were to take action, these Dan essences wouldn't be enough for them to kill. I have my own plans for the two of them. What? You want to interfere so soon? Zichen said coldly. Everyone smiled apologetically and said that they didn't dare. Seeing everyone's reaction, Shangguan Yu covered her mouth and snickered. She trusted Zichen unconditionally. It could also be said that she worshipped him blindly. At this moment, Zichen pointed at an early-stage Dan essence human who retreated and said, Go, kill him! What a coward! How dare he run without self-destructing? As Zichen finished speaking, the devil ape turned into a beam of black light and rushed forward. When it reached the early-stage Dan essence human, it took out a black stick and swung it at the human's head. Boom! In a loud explosion, the human's Dan essence exploded. Such a violent explosion also caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Then, there was a moment of dead silence. Everyone who saw the devil ape kill the enemy was dumbfounded in the next moment. At this moment, it actually killed one of its own. When the leaders of the 38 forces saw this scene, they almost vomited blood. Great, they finally saw the devil ape move. It was going to kill the enemy, but it was killing humans and not demons. Similarly, the group of demons was also dumbfounded. They didn't understand why this guy, who was obviously with the humans, would kill one of their own. Could it be that it killed the wrong person in a hurry? But that was impossible. With such big eyes, how could it not distinguish between humans and demons? Of course, among all of them, the one who was the most dumbfounded was the demon who was chasing after the Dan essence. The devil ape killed the human he wanted to kill with a single blow. Such combat power scared him so much that he didn't dare to move. Just when he thought that he would also be killed by the same blow, he found that after killing the enemy, the devil ape actually turned around and left, ignoring him. Just as the demon was puzzled, the devil ape turned its head and said, Why aren't you killing the enemy? What are you doing here? After hearing this, the demon finally reacted. After nodding, they rushed back. However, it seemed that the battle was still in a state of pause. No one had reacted yet. I said that without my orders, you can only kill the enemy or be killed. Kill anyone who dares to escape halfway. Moreover, the family of the guy who just died won't gain anything in this battle. This is a punishment. Zichen's voice sounded in the next moment. There was an endless murderous intent in his indifferent voice. Kill. After Zichen's words, the group of humans also reacted. This time, their faces were filled with determination. It was as if there was no way out behind them. If they wanted to live, they could only charge forward. The morale of the humans rose again. And this time, more people swallowed the blood explosion elixir, and more people began to self-destruct. Although the casualties of the humans were great, this time, the demons also suffered the greatest losses in the battle with the humans. Damn it, what's going on? The leader of the Heavenly Dog clan was still staring with his eyes wide open. The humans today seemed to be too abnormal. They even killed their own people. It seemed that all of them had taken the wrong medicine. The humans who had taken the wrong medicine suddenly became tenacious and became not so easy to kill. They became crazy, and the crazy humans seemed to be a little scary. The demons fell one by one. They were either killed by the humans who swallowed the blood explosion elixir or killed by the humans who self-destructed their gene and essence. And as time passed, there were even demons in the advanced stage of the gene and realm falling. The leader of the demons was anxious. He rushed forward, ready to kill the human experts. Stop him! Zichen, who was behind the crowd, saw this scene and said. This time, the one who rushed out was Monk. He turned into a golden light and rushed towards the leader of the demons. Then, the two sides fought fiercely. This time, Monk did not use violent means to kill the enemy immediately. Instead, he was wasting time with the demon and preventing him from helping. As for the demon ape, it still stood beside Zichen. The effect of the blood explosion elixir passed quickly. The strong humans began to become extremely weak. They were so weak that they could no longer fight. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Go and bring them down, Zichen ordered again. When the demon ape rushed out, it created more than a dozen clones and rushed to the battlefield. Under the attacks of the demons, it saved the extremely weak Jindan realm experts who had no fighting power. These Jindan realm experts were already in despair and were waiting for death. Now that they were saved by the demon ape, their eyes were filled with excitement. The demon ape placed these people beside Zichen one by one. For the first time, a satisfied smile appeared on Zichen's face. He said to everyone, "Well done. Let's wait for the battle to end before we distribute the spoils." "Thank you, my lord." Seeing Zichen smile, everyone was a little flattered. In the distance, the group of leaders was shocked. They finally understood Zichen's action and were very impressed. Obviously, Zichen did not treat these people as true death warriors. Once they tried their best, Zichen would save them. The demon ape brought back more and more Jindan realm experts, but the number of demons on the other side was also decreasing. This time, the demons suffered heavy losses. The original death rate of 1 to several was not even 1 to 1 today. Looking at the corpses on the battlefield, the demons outnumbered the humans. Boom! The sound of self-destruction was still heard. After the previous scene, no one dared to continue to run. Therefore, there were more self-destruction. After the battle lasted for an hour, there were only a few late-stage Jindan realm experts left in the sky. As for the early-stage and mid-stage demons, they had all been killed. During this time, the leader of the demons gave the order to retreat several times, but none of the demons could escape, including himself. He was pinned down by Monk and could not help or escape. As for the other late-stage Jindan realm experts, they were also suppressed by the blood explosion elixir. Under such suppression, it was impossible for them to self-destruct even if they wanted to. In the end, the humans annihilated all the demons in this battle. The demons were completely annihilated, and in this battle, the humans did not suffer heavy losses. Seeing such a battle record, everyone was stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to believe this scene. The original humans were still facing the demon clan, and the demon clan was even more numerous. Usually, they would be defeated, but today, they had wiped out their opponents. Not a single one was left alive. During this period, the few of them who relied on their powerful combat strength did not make a move. Only the monk restrained the leader of the demon clan. The demon ape also made a move once, but it killed one of its own. As for Zichen, he did not make a move at all. But even so, they won, and it was an unbelievable victory. When the battle ended and they saw the corpses on the ground, whether it was the injured, the weak, or the leader, they all looked at Zichen with only admiration. At this moment, They finally understood Zichen's leadership ability. They knew that the rise of the Heavenly Man Pavilion was not accidental, but inevitable. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Zichen looked at the crowd. They are admiring you, Zichen. You are too powerful. Yu hugged Zichen tightly, her face full of admiration. It is everyone's credit that we were able to annihilate the demons. In fact, I did not make a move at all. Zichen spread his hands and said, If you want to admire someone, you should admire these people. Admire the strong fighters who self-destructed. They are the ones that deserve respect and admiration. Indeed, they are the ones who created miracles. They deserve to be admired. Then, the group of leaders bowed deeply to the strong fighters who died on the battlefield. As for the injured and weak ones, their eyes were filled with tears. Chapter 732. The battlefield was quickly cleaned up, and then the loot was distributed. The belongings of the dead Jin Yuan were all returned to their owners and handed over to the leaders of the original forces. The items distributed were all from the demon clan, including Jin Yuan weapons, demon cores, and resources from the spiritual rings. During this period, someone would appraise all these items and distribute them to everyone who participated in the battle according to their contributions. The distribution of the loot took 4 hours. Zichen distributed all the items from the demon clan to everyone, leaving nothing behind. During this time, he did not share with the monk and the demon ape. Lord Zichen, it is all thanks to your wise leadership that we were able to win this battle. Why don't you leave some for yourself? After all, you contributed the most, a leader of a force said. After today's battle, they really admired Zichen to the extreme. Their words were even more respectful. That's right. You contributed the most in this battle. You should take the biggest share of the loot, the other leaders also said. Zichen smiled modestly and said, In this battle, I only shouted a few times. I didn't do anything. I don't dare to take the credit, and I won't share the loot with everyone. Lord Zichen, you're too kind, the leaders said again. Zichen smiled and said, I'm not being courteous. What I said is true. This battle with the demon clan is just the beginning. We still have to face difficulties. As long as Lord Zichen is here, we can overcome any difficulties. Zichen pointed to the extremely weak Jin Yuan and said, All right, let's overcome the first difficulty. These Jin Yuan have contributed a lot today. They won't be able to fight for the next 3 months. Whose Jin Yuan is this? You can take it back now. Of course, you have to send back as much as you take away. Remember, it has to be of the same level. The leaders were instantly dumbfounded. Don't just stand there. Hurry up. We don't have much time. Also, get me some early-stage primal core cultivators. I have great use for them. Zichen urged when he saw that the leaders were not moving. The leaders nodded helplessly and left. Looking at their backs, Zichen had a faint smile on his face. It seemed that he would soon have another group of men of sacrifice. After that, with each exchange, he would have more and more men of sacrifice. It will be the same this time. Mid-stage primal core cultivators must be paired with blood explosion elixirs, and late-stage primal core cultivators must be paired with treasure elixirs, Zichen said before the crowd could walk far away. It was obvious that several of the leaders had begun to stagger. The news of the annihilation of the Heavenly Dog clan had yet to reach the Fey race, but the news of the third young master of the Heavenly Wolf King bloodline being killed by a human had already spread. When the Heavenly Wolf King's descendants heard this, they were enraged. What's going on here? How could a mere human kill a member of my Heavenly Wolf King's bloodline? And it was my nephew Lang Meng. Was it the doing of that demonic beast that was with the human? Lang Meng's uncle asked angrily. No, it's one of them. He's a mid-stage primal core cultivator. He killed third young master with 3 strikes. The late-stage primal core cultivator who followed Lang Meng answered in a trembling voice. He was terrified to the extreme. What? When Lang Yuxing heard this, his eyes lit up. While trembling with fear, the late-stage primal core cultivator recounted what happened that day. Damn it, those cunning humans actually relied on sharp weapons. This kind of shameless behavior is unforgivable. The anger in Lang Yuxing's heart had reached its limit. Someone come, take these incompetent fellows away and behead them. Under these cold words, several Heavenly Wolf clan members walked in from outside and carried these people out. Several people begged for mercy in fear, but Lang Yuxing didn't care at all. It was useless even if they said that they could atone for their crimes through meritorious service. The wasteland occupied a large area and was rich in resources. The number of primal core cultivators was also not small. They didn't care at all if one or two of them died because of a mistake. Soon, mournful screams sounded from outside. After a moment of contemplation, Lang Yuxing suddenly said, "Call Lang Dong back." This time, no one spoke. It was unknown if anyone had heard his order, but half a day later, a tall Wolf Clan man walked into the hall. "Nephew greets uncle." As soon as the Wolf Clan man came in, he bowed to Lang Yuxing. Lang Yuxing waved his hand and said, "No need, I just heard the news of your third brother Lang Meng's death." "What, Lang Meng is dead? He can fight above his level. In this area, who can kill him?" The Wolf Clan man, Lang Dong, was surprised, but there was no more pain on his face. Lang Dong had many brothers and sisters, and as a monster, the relationship between the two sides was not as deep as that between humans. There are a few extraordinary humans who have already made many monsters suffer. Lang Meng was even killed by 3 blades of the same level. Lang Yuxing said. Lang Dong's expression changed slightly. "Then what does uncle mean by calling me back? Bring enough people to destroy all the humans. On one hand, it's to avenge your brother, and on the other hand, the passage to the trial ground is about to open, so humans are not allowed to interfere." Lang Yuxing said. "These days, the other clans have already launched attacks on the humans, but we haven't. They are also urging you to bring enough people to kill all the humans." "Understood." Lang Dong left. In less than half an hour, Lang Dong led a group of Heavenly Wolf clan members to the outer region. This time, Lang Dong had brought more experts of the demon clan with him. In addition, there were 2 so-called geniuses among them. Both of them were able to suppress those of the same level on the battlefield. Lang Dong himself was extremely powerful. It could be said that he was equivalent to Lang Meng in the late primal core stage. Just as Lang Dong led his people to the human territory, the leaders of the various forces also very efficiently gathered a team for Zichen. The number of people was basically the same as before, and all of them were safe and sound. Their combat power was at its peak. In addition, they also brought more than 200 early primal core stage cultivators, which was specially requested by Zichen. In front of Zichen, there was a huge map, which depicted the outer region. Of course, it didn't depict all of it, but the places where the humans were currently stationed. On the map, there were little red dots, which added up to more than 200. Zichen pointed to the red dots on the map and said, "You early primal core stage cultivators, go to these red dots and hide. I don't care if you go underground or hide, but you must hide well. Once you find traces of the demon clan, immediately send a signal to report. As for the signal, someone will send it to you later. For the next period of time, you are mainly responsible for this. Do you all understand?" Zichen looked at the early primal core stage cultivators. "Understood." Everyone answered loudly. "Good. Everyone, leave a trace of soul power on the jade token, and engrave your name and which force you belong to." Zichen closed the map and waved his hand, and many jade tokens appeared in front of him. Everyone in the early primal core stage received one, and then they began to follow Zichen's instructions. After a while, the monk came back with more than 200 tokens. The materials of the tokens were not good, and the workmanship was rough, but the formation engravings were more delicate. Inject your soul power into the medallion as well. Once you discover traces of the demon clan, extract the soul power from the medallion. Once the demon clan leaves, inject more soul power into the medallion. Zichen explained. These tokens were all made by him. In the past, the Wuji sect had used these tokens in the war, but the workmanship was more delicate. When the tokens were injected with soul power, an object similar to a bronze mirror in his hand could sense and display it. Once the soul power disappeared, the sensing light would also disappear. Together with the life tokens they left behind, it could be seen whether these people were dead or had discovered the demon clan. After all the tokens were injected with soul power, everyone flew in the direction they had designated. About half a day later, all the primal core stage cultivators were in place. Looking at the light spots on the bronze mirror, Zichen nodded in satisfaction. His surveillance system was thus formed. After that, it was time to wait for the demon clan to come. But while waiting, everyone could also go out to hunt some ancient beasts. Of course, this was under Zichen's command. Without Zichen's orders, no one dared to go out to hunt. 2 days later, the surveillance system reacted. A light spot had disappeared. It belonged to the outermost area, but the life token showed that the person who had disappeared was still alive. The demon clan is here. They are quite fast. Zichen looked at the disappearing light spot on the bronze mirror and sneered. Then, Zichen gave the order to gather the human primal core stage cultivators. In less than 10 breaths, everyone had arrived. 38 late-stage primal core stage cultivators, more than 200 mid-stage primal core stage cultivators, and more than 100 early-stage primal core stage cultivators. It was roughly the same as last time. The demon clan is here. Everyone follow me. This time, Zichen did not waste any time. After he finished speaking, he led everyone on the journey to battle the demon clan. This was also the first time in the history of the Bedlam that the humans had taken the initiative to attack the demon clan. Thousands of miles away, the two sides met. This time, there were more demon clan cultivators, and they were all from the wolf clan. Their battle strength was stronger than before. They are from the Sirius clan, but they are also demon clan. Everyone kill them to your heart's content, Zichen ordered. Then, the human primal core stage cultivators rushed forward with their weapons. On the opposite side, the demon clan cultivators led by Lang Dong were stunned when they saw the aggressive humans. But then, their faces revealed even more cruel expressions. They rushed forward and started the battle. Humans, die! Lang Dong let out a shout, and then turned into a beam of light, passing through the crowd and heading towards Zichen, who was behind the humans. Obviously, he wanted to kill the leader first. Demon Ape, you go this time. This battle isn't going to be easy, so try to end it quickly. If the situation doesn't look good, you can help, Zichen said calmly when he saw Lang Dong rushing towards him. Humans, die! Lang Dong rushed up and attacked Zichen. But before his attack landed on Zichen, he was blocked by the demon ape. Subsequently, the devil ape held the black stick and launched a frenzied barrage of attacks at Lang Dong. Lang Dong's battle strength was very strong. It was not an exaggeration to call him a monster in the Sirius clan. But in front of the powerful demon ape, he was not strong enough. Under the demon ape's continuous attacks, he was beaten back again and again. The expression on his face changed again and again. At first, it was surging with killing intent, but in the end, it became shock and then fear. Chapter 733. The demon ape's combat power frightened Lang Dong. In the celestial wolf tribe, he could almost defeat all the late-stage primordial core cultivators. However, after fighting with the demon ape here, he was in a passive state from the very beginning. An early-stage primordial core cultivator with such combat power. This made him wonder if the demon ape was as talented as the draconids. Moreover, the demon ape was not an ordinary draconid, but a prodigy among the draconids. Because ordinary draconids could not suppress him at the beginning of the battle. The demon ape was still swinging his staff. Each strike was stronger than the last. As the black staff danced, rolling black energies surged like ferocious black dragons. To kill a late-stage primordial core cultivator, he only needed 5 or 6 strikes. However, he had already swung his staff 12 times, and he still could not kill the demon in front of him. This showed that this demon was indeed extraordinary. After swinging his staff 15 times, the demon ape still did not show any signs of vomiting blood or being seriously injured. He stopped his staff and praised, "You are not bad." However, to Lang Dong, this was an insult, the most blatant kind. Sure enough, the next moment, the demon ape insulted him again. "However, this is the end. The battle should end now." Just as the demon ape finished speaking, Lang Dong saw the demon ape waving his hand at him. Then, rays of black light surrounded his body. The black light was like shackles, entangling him. There was a strange energy in the black light shackles. Not only did it imprison his body, but it also imprisoned the energy in his body. The originally crazy energy was now receding like a tide. This feeling of losing his energy and becoming immortal made Lang Dong panic. He roared and activated the energy in his body. In an instant, the black light shackles were broken. The imprisoned energy was released again, filling his body. The black light shackles only existed for less than a breath. However, such a short time was enough for the demon ape to launch a powerful and effective attack. Boom! The black staff's aura was turbulent. It landed on the demon ape's head. The explosion resounded in the sky and the terrifying energy scattered. The battle between the two ended with the demon ape's 16th strike. The prodigy of the celestial wolf tribe, Lang Dong, was killed by the demon ape just like that. At the same time, the monk also rushed into the battlefield and killed a prodigy of the demon race. As for the other prodigy, he left it for the demon ape. The battle continued, and the sound of self-detonation suppressed all other sounds in the sky. The battle on the battlefield was extremely intense. Corpses of both humans and demons fell from the sky at every moment. Lang Dong, the leader of the monster clan, was killed, and the other two powerful forces were killed. The morale of the monster clan was greatly reduced, and the number of casualties increased. In the eyes of many humans, the demon clan had never been afraid, but today, they had learned to be afraid and began to flee. However, the devil ape and the monk were pacing back and forth at the edge. All the demons that tried to escape would be killed by the two of them. Of course, the two's actions were no longer a warning, but rather a ruthless slaughter, not allowing a single one of the Yao race to escape. As time passed, the number of demons dwindled until they were completely wiped out. By the time the human reinforcements and leaders arrived, the battle was already over. When they saw that there were no more demons left alive, they were once again stunned. Celestial Wolf Clan. They are actually from the Celestial Wolf Clan. The Celestial Wolf Clan was a large clan among the Monster Clan. They were very powerful and had always been able to defeat the humans. However, today, they were all slaughtered by the humans. Moreover, the casualties of the Monster Clan were still much higher than that of the humans. However, after seeing the extremely weak elixir essences, many leaders' mouths twitched. This indicated that they were unable to fight anymore and had to be replaced. The main reason why the humans could become so strong was because of the blood explosion elixir and the treasure elixir, as well as their fearless spirit. However, after these two battles, it seemed that the cost was greater than the gain. This was because a blood explosion elixir was worth millions of upper-grade vitality stones. However, not all of the Monster Clan's spiritual rings had so many vitality stones. This time, there are 3 big guys in the team. They should be able to make up for some of the losses. Zichen seemed to have guessed what everyone was thinking. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Those who can move, quickly clean up the battlefield, Zichen commanded loudly. Then, he looked at the leaders of the various forces and said, "We have wiped out the opponents in 2 battles. This is a great victory. However, after this great victory, we will have to face even more Monster Clan armies. Therefore, this time, however many people you take away, you will have to give me 2 or 3 times as much." Before anyone could speak, Zichen signaled for them to be silent. Then, he said, "This is a battle between 2 regions. It is a battle that concerns the future. At this moment, if you want to win, you must put aside your personal selfishness and unite against the enemy. If you have the ability, You should send out as many elixir essences as possible. Zichen then turned his head to look at the 5 overlords and said, Especially the 5 overlords, it's time to take out what you've been accumulating for 10,000 years. At this moment, as the 5 overlords, you should take the lead. Don't worry, Zichen. We will definitely support you. This time, the 5 overlord forces were so forthright that even Zichen was surprised. Zichen did not know that after the great victory in the first battle, the 5 of them took the opportunity to return to their families and pass on the good news. At the same time, they also told the elders and the great ancestor about what had happened here. Then, the 5 of them were scolded to varying degrees. Among them, Shangguan Feixiong was scolded the most. The great ancestor of the Shangguan family scolded Shangguan Feixiong for being short-sighted and useless. He did not know how to look at the big picture and was not flexible. With old Tortoise around, the rise of the heavenly barbarian pavilion was inevitable. Once Zichen and his powerful generals grew up, there was no doubt that they would be able to suppress the overlord forces. Under such circumstances, offending Zichen for the sake of face was something only a brainless person would do. Then, the great ancestor of the Shangguan family warned Shangguan Feixiong to fully cooperate with Zichen. Fully cooperating was not to curry favor, but for the sake of benefits. Especially after hearing that Zichen had distributed all the spoils, the great ancestor of the Shangguan family even said that he would give Zichen whatever he wanted. At that time, Shangguan Feixiong was very confused and asked the great ancestor a question. Zichen did not have any benefits, so why was he doing this? Wasn't everything for the sake of benefits? Then what benefits did Zichen have? When the great ancestor of the Shangguan family heard this, he was so angry that he almost kicked Shangguan Feixiong away. At the side, Shangguan Feilin also had a disdainful sneer. Idiot, who said that Zichen did not have any benefits? The heavenly barbarian pavilion did not fight and preserved their strength. This is one benefit. Zichen wanted to bring you guys to conquer this place without any benefits. This is for the future of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. This is also the second benefit. The future. Shangguan Feixiong still did not understand. Idiot, can't you see that Zichen wants to leave? He selflessly helped you guys to defeat the demon race to pave the way for the heavenly barbarian pavilion so that the heavenly barbarian pavilion will not be suppressed by the demon race in the ancient beast world. Otherwise, do you think he is an idiot? With so many powerful forces around him, he can go wherever he wants in the ancient beast world. Why would he stay there and waste his time on you guys? Shangguan Feilin continued to say disdainfully. The answers of the other families were almost the same. They fully supported Zichen. If it was any other time, they would definitely be suspicious of Zichen's motives and intentions. However, at this time, Zichen was indeed doing this for the Bedlam land and, of course, for the heavenly barbarian pavilion. After the overlord forces gave their assurance, the other forces also gave their assurance that there would be no problems. After the battlefield was cleaned up, everyone started to return. Then, the leaders of the various forces started to return to their families to collect their elixir essences. In an instant, more than 60% of the elixir essences of the various forces in the Bedlam land gathered in the ancient beast world. After returning from the battlefield, the devil ape also left the ancient beast world with some resources and returned to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. With the teleportation formation and the devil ape's extreme speed, he could make a round trip in a day and a night. The next morning, before the various forces returned, the devil ape was the first to return. As the leader, Zichen's residence was specially arranged. Not only was the soundproofing good, but there was also a formation outside. As soon as the devil ape returned, he went to find Zichen and shook the formation vigorously, causing the entire residence to shake as if there was an earthquake. Then, the formation opened and Zichen walked out. He said unhappily, "You came early in the morning. You did it on purpose, didn't you?" The devil ape also made a rare joke. He asked innocently, "I didn't spoil your fun, did I? What fun is there in the middle of the day?" Zichen stared. Shangguan Yue, who followed closely behind Zichen, blushed slightly. Ever since that time when they were drunk, the two of them naturally lived together. As the two of them who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, it was inevitable that they would indulge a little too much. "Where are the things?" Zichen asked. 2,000 blood explosion pills and 200 treasure pills. Tell Qin Xing and Qin He to make these 2 pills as soon as possible. The devil ape gave all the pills it brought back from the heavenly barbarian pavilion to Zichen. "I've given you the things. It's fine now. You can go back and continue." The devil ape joked and left. Ignoring the devil ape, Zichen put away the 2 pills. As the battle continued, the various forces' elixir essences might be able to provide the necessary supplies, but not the pills. That was why Zichen asked the devil ape to go back and get the pills. If there were 2 more battles like this, the various forces would not be able to provide the pills normally. Then, the heavenly barbarian pavilion would provide the next batch of pills. 2 days later, the leaders of the various forces brought their elixir essences over. This time, they really went all out and cooperated fully with Zichen. The number of late-stage elixir essences directly broke through the 70 mark. Other than that, there were more than 800 mid-stage elixir essences. The early-stage elixir essences were almost self-destructing on the battlefield, and were almost negligible. Looking at the densely packed elixir essences in front of him, Zichen actually felt a little dazed. He thought back to the first time he entered Sungli City. A roar from an elixir essence cultivator almost made him faint. At that time, elixir essences were unreachable in his eyes. But today, he actually led such an army of elixir essences. Chapter 734. The news of the complete annihilation caused an uproar in the Heavenly Dog clan. Then, there was all kinds of disbelief. They were merely humans. How could they possibly wipe out the entire Devil clan? Just based on that little bit of combat strength of the humans, and their cowardice. Many people in the Heavenly Dog clan did not believe that their clan was slaughtered by humans. They believed that the monster clan felt no sense of accomplishment after annihilating the humans, so they went to hunt ancient beasts again. And there were many people who had such guesses. But not long after, news spread from the Heavenly Wolf clan that Lang Dong had led people to attack the humans, and had not returned for a long time. It was suspected that the entire army had been annihilated. After this news spread, it caused a huge commotion. Who was Lang Dong? He was an expert of the Heavenly Wolf clan. His combat power was extraordinary. Ordinary Dragonians were no match for him. Moreover, when he was in the middle stage of Primal Core, he had killed a powerful late-stage Primal Core monster. Now, Lang Dong was already in the late stage of Primal Core. In this world, who could kill him? Perhaps even the powerful Dragonians could not. But such an existence, together with 2 powerful monsters, actually did not return for a long time after killing the humans. Could it be that Lang Dong also felt no sense of accomplishment, and went to hunt ancient beasts? But it was obviously impossible. At Lang Dong's level, he disdained to hunt ancient beasts in the outer region. These 2 incidents had already made them pay attention to the humans. It was fine if they did not pay attention, but once they did, they found something unusual. Among the humans, there was one more powerful existence who could kill a late-stage Primal Core monster, and Lang Dong's younger brother, Lang Ming. And during this period, he also killed many late-stage Primal Core monsters. Could it be him? In the minds of the Monster Clan, the appearance of the Monster Ape appeared. If it was as the outside world said, the possibility of the other party killing Lang Dong was very high. But there was no news from the other Monster Clans. What could they say? Just as everyone was wondering and guessing, the humans who should be in the outer region walked into the inner region without warning. This was a human army with more than 1,000 Primal Core cultivators. The leader was Zichen, and beside him were the Monster Ape and the Monk. After resting for 2 days, Zichen decided to take the initiative to attack without waiting for the demon army to attack. First, it was because waiting passively was not Zichen's style. Second, Zichen wanted to get some resources for everyone. Therefore, he had set his eyes on the demon clan's encampment here. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the demon clan hadn't woken up yet to destroy the encampment with lightning speed and obtain a lot of resources. Along the way, in order to prevent the news from being leaked, Zichen released a powerful spiritual sense to sense all the movements in the area. Once he found traces of the demon clan, he would kill them with all his might. Of course, they wouldn't let any ancient beasts go either. 25 miles ahead, there's a group of demons. Zichen's powerful spiritual senses detected another group of demons. Hearing this, the devil ape turned into a ray of light with the black staff in hand. Soon after, the monk turned into a ray of golden light and followed closely behind. Both of them attacked at the same time, not because they were worried that the devil ape would not be able to kill its opponent, but because they wanted to end the battle quickly. The troop did not stop just because they found traces of the demon clan. The troop of 1,000 people continued to move forward. During this period, they did not even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. The devil ape and the monk had already flown back. When they returned, both of them nodded to show that they had completed their mission. Zichen's expression was extremely calm, but behind him, the group of late-stage primal core cultivators were extremely shocked. They had been deep in the encampment for a few days, and they finally realized how terrifying the three of them were. With Zichen's powerful spiritual senses and the combat strength of the two, the three of them worked together seamlessly. Along the way, they had killed several waves of demons without alarming anyone. Devil Ape, go and sense those encampments again. As they went deeper, they encountered more and more demons. Zichen knew that they were about to reach their destination. Be careful, don't expose yourself. Just as the devil ape was about to disappear, Zichen reminded it again. After it left everyone's line of sight, Zichen sensed that the tall devil ape had shrunk to the size of a mini. It was like a small black ball the size of a fist, flying close to the ground. Although its body had shrunk, the devil ape's speed did not decrease. The encampment closest to Zichen's current location was the encampment of the Heavenly Dog clan. There was a leader of the Heavenly Dog clan and more than a dozen late-stage primal core cultivators. As for the early-stage and mid-stage primal core cultivators, the devil ape directly ignored them. This was considered a small encampment. The Heavenly Dog clan's harvest would be placed here, and after a period of time, it would be sent to the Heavenly Dog clan's encampment. Such a small encampment, in this huge area, there were no less than 5 Heavenly Dog clans. After the resources were sent to the larger encampment, they would be sent to the outside world. This area was huge, so big that humans and demons could hunt the ancient beasts together without meeting. However, the demons could not. They wanted to suppress the humans and drive them out, so they forced the humans back. The arrival of the fist-sized devil ape was not sensed by any of the demons. After he carefully observed the distribution of the strong cultivators here, he left silently. After that, Zichen led the army over. A group of people launched a destructive attack on this small encampment in the dark of night. By the time the demons reacted, they were already surrounded by many humans. The encampment was completely surrounded by humans. Not even a fly could fly out, let alone a person. Damn it, it's actually humans. Despicable humans, how dare you come here and behave so atrociously? I'll make sure you don't return. Amidst all kinds of roars, a group of demons rushed out of the encampment. Kill. Destroy. The humans gave the order coldly. Then, various kinds of light emitted from the elixir weapons. With several times more people than the demons, and with the encirclement, it was almost impossible for the demons to rush out of the encirclement and kill a single human. Many demons died in the way. Along the way, even if some late-stage primal core cultivators rushed out, they would be killed by the humans who were several times more powerful than them. As for those primal core cultivators who wanted to self-destruct when they saw that the situation was not good, they would be killed in advance by the monk and the devil ape. In just a few attacks, more than half of the strong cultivators of the demon race were killed. The rest of them guarded the encampment and did not attack, waiting for their own clans to come and help. But then, it was the humans' turn to attack. They took the initiative to launch round after round of attacks. When the sky brightened, there were no more demons alive in the encampment. The encampment was conquered. Then, a few late-stage primal core cultivators entered the encampment and opened the place where the ancient beasts were kept. When all the ancient beasts in the encampment were taken out, everyone was stunned. The harvest was too big, so big that even they were shocked. But these things were nothing to Zichen. "Calculate the harvest," Zichen said. Then, a late-stage primal core cultivator walked out and began to count the things. After the count was done, these things were put away by Zichen and distributed after the battle. In addition to the encampment of the Heavenly Dog clan, there are 4 other encampments in this area. They are all of the same scale and belong to the other 4 clans. The Devil Ape soon brought back the news. "Let's continue forward and destroy these encampments," Zichen said. Then, the group continued to move forward and attack the other encampments. Every time they launched an attack, it would be at night. When they launched their attack, they would surround everyone, not allowing any demons to escape or alert anyone. And because they were extremely confident, these demons did not have any devices to send out signals when they were in danger. In just 5 days, the group had conquered 5 encampments of the demon race. The resources they obtained made all the primal core cultivators who participated in the battle envious. This was a big harvest in the truest sense. After conquering 5 encampments, the Devil Ape said, "If we continue to go deeper, we will reach the bigger encampments. It's almost unrealistic for us to take them down quietly. Once we encounter a large group of demons, we will definitely be at a disadvantage." Zichen smiled mysteriously and said, "5 encampments are enough. If we continue, we will lose more than we gain. Retreat." Zichen finally gave the order. The 1,000-man team began to retreat. Compared to when they came, they were much bolder when they went back. The Devil Ape and Monk were at the back of the group and were on guard. On the way back, everyone was completely relaxed. They could freely kill the ancient beasts they encountered, but the condition was that after killing the ancient beasts, they had to hand them over to Zichen as shared resources. In the end, they would be distributed according to their contributions. No one had any objections to this. Since Zichen left with the group, the leaders of the various forces had been in a state of fear and trepidation. More than 10 days had passed, but no one had returned. This made everyone feel uneasy. During this time, they had sent out many primal core cultivators to investigate, but there was no news. "Sir, they are back, they are back!" A primal core cultivator's shout came from afar. This was the primal core cultivator who went to investigate. "They are back?" Everyone's eyes lit up. While they were excited, they were also very worried. They were extremely conflicted. "How many came back? Are there 500? When they left, the primal core cultivators were more than 1,000. If they returned with only 500, they would lose 60%. 60% was the most they could accept. "There are 1,000. The primal core cultivator replied. "What? 1,000? This is almost no consumption. How is this possible? Could it be that they did not encounter the demon clan?" While they were in disbelief, the majority of the troops had returned. The primal core cultivators in the sky were black. There were close to 1,000 of them, and it was impossible to see the consumption at a glance. When everyone returned, their faces were filled with excitement. Before they could ask, they were shouting loudly about the great harvest. Seeing everyone's excited expression, the primal core cultivators were also very happy. After the 2 sides came into contact, they excitedly recounted the details of the raid on the encampment. "What? We raided 5 outposts?" Hearing this news, everyone was stunned. "Yes, a total of 5 outposts. However, it was all because of the wisdom of Sir Zichen's leadership. We had foresight and raided 5 outposts without alerting the demon clan." During this trip, everyone admired Zichen even more. Their words were filled with worship and respect. After they explained in detail, the leaders were also very excited. Especially when they heard that the harvest this time was great, their eyes lit up. Everything was for profit. As expected, the profit had come. Moreover, they could see the profit without defeating the demon clan. This was far beyond their expectations. Chapter 735. There was a dazzling array of ancient beasts placed in front of them. They were piled up like a small mountain, emitting various kinds of brilliant light that dazzled one's mind. There were complete ancient beast corpses and ancient beast series that were divided according to their materials. Various jade jars filled with ancient beast blood and essence blood were placed everywhere. At a glance, it was as if one had come to the heavenly barbarian pavilion's treasure vault. Other than the ancient beast blood essence, there were various sealed ancient medicines, spiritual medicines, and other resources that the demon race had obtained during this period of time. Seeing the mountain-like pile of resources, the leaders of the various forces were stunned. Zichen's powerful soul power was quickly calculating how to distribute the resources to a team of more than 1,000 people. Of course, he couldn't distribute them one by one. He had to gather everyone's contributions and distribute them directly to a faction. Excluding the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, there were 38 forces that participated in this battle. In other words, the mountain-like pile of resources only needed to be divided into 38 portions. After calculating how to distribute the resources, Zichen began to distribute them. First, he distributed them to the smaller forces. They had sent out fewer than origin stage experts, so their gains were naturally smaller. After that, it was the larger forces that received more. After 35 of the 38 forces were distributed, less than half of the mountain-like pile of resources remained. Next, Zichen let the 5 overlords divide the remaining resources equally. Zichen distributed all the resources, but he still didn't leave any for the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Although his distribution wasn't absolutely fair, it wasn't too far off. The various forces were relatively satisfied. Furthermore, this was the first time they had obtained such a huge gain since entering this region. After the various forces were satisfied with the resources, they asked Zichen if he had any other orders. Of course, this was only a relatively polite request. The losses this time were almost zero, so Zichen wouldn't ask for anything from them. Who knew that after Zichen heard this, he actually pointed at the group of alchemy primes and said, "The people I want are far more than double the people here." The group of leaders were dumbfounded once again. Why did they still want more people? After destroying 5 of their bases and robbing so many resources, the demonic beasts are naturally enraged. Next, they will definitely pay more attention to the humans, and jointly send out inner core realm demonic beasts to attack. The number of demonic beasts will definitely not be less than 2,000, or even more. Therefore, you have to give me at least 2,000 inner core realm demonic beasts. Among them, there must be more than 200 inner core realm demonic beasts. The rest should be middle stage demonic beasts. If you give me early stage inner core realm demonic beasts, tell them in advance that once they enter the battlefield, they should focus on self-destruction. Zichen's words made the faces of the Dan origin stage cultivators turn bitter. These resources were indeed not so easy to obtain. Lord Zichen, we do have people, but what about resources? At this moment, even the leader of the overlords had a difficult expression on his face. According to Zichen's arrangement, every mid-stage primal core cultivator would be given a blood explosion pill, and every late-stage primal core cultivator would be given a treasure pill. Even the overlords would not be able to handle it. Just send the people. Leave the resources to me. Changing the topic, Zichen said. However, these resources will not be provided for free. You will need to exchange for them with items of equal value. After saying that, Zichen took out many pieces of paper. On them were some of the resources needed to exchange for blood explosion pills and treasure pills. Clearly, he had come prepared. The group of leaders took it with a bewildered expression on their faces. They were afraid that Zichen would take this opportunity to extort them. However, after carefully looking at the list, someone exclaimed, "This is equivalent to the cost price." Heavens, it is indeed the cost price. The group of leaders exclaimed. When they raised their heads again, their faces were filled with disbelief. They had thought that Zichen would take this opportunity to increase the price or make a profit from them. However, he did not. Having dealt with the Qin family before, they knew how much it cost to refine these pills. On the list Zichen had listed, the items needed to exchange were equivalent to the Qin family's treasure pill, or even slightly lower. Zichen smiled but did not say anything. He appeared to be modest. The leaders were rather touched. Zichen's action was truly selfless. He was doing this for the fringe and for the sake of all the factions. They had nothing to worry about when they placed their subordinates in the hands of such a person. All right, hurry up if you want to exchange. However, this will only be limited to the battles here. After the battles are over, we will revert to the original price," said Zichen smilingly. The group of leaders no longer hesitated and immediately began to exchange. As they had just distributed the resources, many of the resources returned to Zichen. Everyone was very satisfied with the result. Naturally, Zichen profited from the exchange. He had listed the resources based on the Qin family's consumption. The Qin family's technology did not represent Cauldron Spirit's technology. Furthermore, Zichen would not hand over the blood explosion pills and treasure pills at the lowest price at such a moment. Otherwise, it would bring trouble to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the future. The exchange lasted for a long time. There were many factions who deliberately took advantage of the low price to exchange more. The reason Zichen was willing to exchange more was because he hoped that they would distribute the elixir pills and ensure that everyone would have one. This way, fewer Dantian corps would die in the upcoming battles. After the exchange, the various factions began to deploy their manpower and prepare for war. Compared to the humans, the monster race was greatly shaken. In just a few days, 5 of their encampments had been destroyed by the humans. This news was simply unacceptable to them. Moreover, all the people in their encampments had been killed. The monster race had suffered a great loss this time. Just as Zichen had said, they began to take the humans seriously. It seemed that the humans were really different this time. They had repeatedly caused the monster race to suffer losses. Other than the Dragon Man, the 6 major races of the monster race had gathered to discuss a crusade against the humans. Is there even a need to discuss this? Just bring our men and kill them. They are mere humans. Their combat strength is weak, but they always resort to underhanded methods, said an expert of the Tiango clan furiously. That's right. The humans have ambushed us and caused us to suffer losses. Then we will kill them and kill them with force, said the leader of the Tiango clan, who had suffered a great loss. Then, the Heavenly Lion, Heavenly Tiger, and Heavenly Leopard clans all spoke out in anger. Among the 6 demon clans, 5 of them had suffered great losses. The Heavenly Ape clan had not been ambushed by the humans because their encampments were fewer and farther away. The 6 major demon clans were the Lion, Tiger, Leopard, Wolf, Dog, and Ape clans. However, they were not transformed from ordinary beasts. Instead, they were transformed from the extremely powerful heavenly beasts. 5 of the 6 clans had already agreed to send troops. The Heavenly Ape clan's suggestion was no longer important. The elder ape of the Heavenly Ape clan also said slowly, "We of the Heavenly Ape clan are far away from the humans' encampments. It's best that we stay out of this. It's fine if the Heavenly Ape clan does not send troops. Let's discuss how to send troops." The few of them ignored the elder ape. The Heavenly Ape clan was known as one of the major demon clans. Naturally, they were powerful in battle. Moreover, the prodigies in their clan dared to challenge the Dragon Man clan. Their battle prowess was probably the strongest among the 6 clans. However, the Heavenly Ape clan's population was too small. The number of direct descendants was even smaller. Every direct descendant in the clan was a treasure. Compared to the Heavenly Wolf clan, this was a far cry. Therefore, the Heavenly Ape clan had always been the weakest of the 6 clans. They did not expect the Elder Ape to send troops. It was just a symbolic gathering of the 6 clans. Each of us will send 600 people. 3,000 demons will be enough to flatten the humans. After a brief discussion, the various clans came to a decision. Usually, the demons would send 100 or so people and they would be able to wipe out the humans. This time, they would send 3,000 demons. Even if there were some unusual humans, they would be able to wipe them all out. 600 it is. The 5 of them nodded. Then, they looked at the Elder Ape with disdain. The Elder Ape clan didn't seem to be able to fork out that much money. The Heavenly Ape clan had been lacking in direct descendants for a long time. Therefore, the Elder Ape ignored everyone's strange looks and turned to leave. 4 hours later, the 3,000 demons had finished gathering. They began to move toward the human forces in the outer regions. Since it was a Dan Prime troop, they did not travel very quickly. It was estimated that they would need a few days to reach the outer regions. A few days was enough for Zichen to prepare for the battle. On the second day after the great victory, the Devil Ape left the ancient beast world again and headed to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Due to the formation of a unified alliance, the exit of this region was still guarded by strong cultivators. However, they no longer collected tolls from the public. The Devil Ape returned to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion for 2 reasons. First, to deliver the resources and elixirs. The new elixirs must have been successfully refined. Second, to bring LV Ping here to fight. A powerful array master was almost as useful as an army. The last time the Devil Ape returned, LV Ping happened to be in the barbarian lands. The Devil Ape sent someone to inform LV Ping to return. This time, LV Ping happened to be back at the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, so the 2 of them came together. When the 2 of them arrived at this region in the early morning, they went straight to Zichen's residence. This time, before the Devil Ape could activate the array, Zichen removed the array and walked out. "Have you brought all the materials for the array?" Zichen asked when he saw LV Ping nodding. "Yes, it is enough to maintain a large-scale killing array for 2 hours. LV Ping nodded. "Come with me, I will tell you where to set up the array." Zichen led the 2 of them away quickly. Zichen did not know much about the demon clan. However, along the way, he had seen many conceited people. Therefore, he thought that the demon clan would not be any more conceited than the humans. This time, he guessed that the other party would not send many demons. However, there would definitely be more than 1,000 of them. Perhaps there would be more than 2,000 of them. In order to prevent a large number of casualties on the human side, Zichen wanted to use the array to restrain a group of demons. After Zichen brought LV Ping to the location of the array, LV Ping set up the array. Then, Zichen took out the bronze mirror to check if the demon clan had invaded. After 2 days and 2 nights, the array was completed. The 3 of them returned and began to plan for the upcoming battle. On the 3rd day, the red dot on the bronze mirror reacted, indicating the arrival of the demon clan. Chapter 736. When the 3,000 demons were still a few miles away from Zichen's designated battlefield, their murderous intent could be felt, causing everyone to tremble and feel a chill in their hearts. Zichen stood in the air. Next to him was Shangguan Yuer, who was wearing a supreme-grade armor and wielding a supreme-grade elixir weapon. Behind him were the monk and the demon ape, as well as more than 2,000 human primordial core cultivators who were ready for battle. A dense mass of black figures appeared in the sky. They were all demons, and there were more than 3,000 of them. Their murderous intent surged as they approached the humans. Seeing the humans who had been waiting for them, the leader of the demons was slightly stunned. Then, the 5 of them waved their hands, and the demons, who were clearly divided into 5 groups, stopped and looked at each other. This was the battlefield, but the one who attracted the demons' attention was not Zichen, but Shangguan Yuer, who was beside him. Shangguan Yuer was wearing a dazzling armor and wielding a supreme-grade elixir weapon. Her beautiful face was glowing, and she was dazzling. Instantly, she became the target of all the demons' attention. The demonic beast's eyes were filled with awe, shock, and undisguised greed. However, this was a battlefield after all, and the demonic beasts could only reluctantly shift their gazes away from Shangguan Yuer and onto Zichen. The 2 of them stood side by side, but in the eyes of the demons, they were a mismatch. Especially the human man, they always felt that he was an eyesore. In the midst of their gazes, they had already thought of dozens of ways to torture and kill the other party. "You're the ones who ambushed our base," Before the battle began, the leader of the demons asked. He was from the Tiango clan. In fact, when the demons saw that there were only 2,000 humans, they knew that they would definitely win. Slaughtering the humans was already a fact. That's right, Zichen replied coldly. How dare you, human! Today, none of you will live. A cold snort came from the other side. Zichen responded with a cold snort. That's what I wanted to say. Since you've come today, don't think of leaving alive. I prefer to see my opponents completely wiped out. With just over 2,000 of you humans? A disdainful sneer came from the other side. We've been here for a month, and it seems that we've killed quite a few of you demons. Every time, we've been completely wiped out. In my opinion, you're just strange and ugly. You don't have any other advantages. Zichen also mocked loudly. As for your so-called combat strength, it's just a joke in my eyes. Let alone a mere 3,000 demons, even if there were 6,000, 9,000, 60,000, or 90,000 of them, they would all die today. Zichen's few words had successfully ignited the fury in the hearts of the demon clan members. A strong killing intent began to rise around them. Looking at the fiery eyes of the Yao race, Zichen said, What? Did I say something wrong? What kind of advantage do you Yao race have against me? Every time the Yao race comes, they've all been annihilated. I've destroyed 5 of your bases, so you've all been annihilated, right? That's all there is to the demon race. With that, Zichen pointed his middle finger at the demon race with a look of disdain. With his words and actions, Zichen instantly infuriated the demon race. The 5 demon race leaders were so angry that their bodies trembled. When had the powerful demon race ever been humiliated like this? Moreover, it was by lowly and weak humans. Kill! Kill all humans! Almost at the next moment, the 5 demon race leaders gave the order to kill. Kill! Following that, earth-shattering cries rang out. The 3,000 demon race members moved. With overwhelming anger, they all charged toward the humans. Defend! Zichen also shouted at the same time. Behind him, the group of humans immediately went into a defensive state, holding their elixir weapons to create a defensive light shield. Didn't you say that our combat strength was weak? Why do we have to defend? Seeing this scene, the demon race members laughed disdainfully. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. The demon race members who were close instantly launched all kinds of attacks. Boom! Dazzling energy attacks danced in the sky. Many energies surged and exploded, and a violent aura spread out. But what happened next made all the demon race members feel disbelief. Because as the energy fell, the 2,000 or so humans actually disappeared in an instant. Where there were originally many humans, now there were only 4 humans left. The other humans had all disappeared. In an instant, there were only 3,000 demon race members and 4 humans left in the world. And from the current situation, the 3,000 demon race members only surrounded the 4 humans. How can this be? Some demon race members were puzzled. They did not know where the 2,000 humans had gone. Oh no, this is an illusory matrix. However, among the demon race, there were also some knowledgeable ones. They instantly felt that something was wrong. Haha, at least you have some knowledge. Zichen sneered. Where they were standing in the air, a 6-pointed star transmission matrix appeared. Don't let them leave. Some demon race members shouted. But it was too late to speak, and even more too late to act. The 4 figures disappeared under the light of the 6-pointed star. Then, the entire matrix was activated. Dense murderous intent swept through the world. The dense forest from before disappeared. The towering mountain also disappeared. What replaced it was a flat land in the matrix. Fierce murderous intent was everywhere. This is a killing matrix that I have specially prepared for everyone. It can last for 2 hours. If you can hold on for 2 hours without dying, the matrix will break by itself. Zichen's thunderous voice sounded in the sky. Damn humans, you are despicable. How dare you scheme against us? Despicable, shameless. Just as the demon race members were roaring, the killing matrix was fully activated. Terrifying energy and murderous intent fell. Bang! Under the light of the murderous intent, a demon race member let out a tremor and exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Dong! The murderous intent fell on a demon race member. It was like a heavy hammer hitting his heart. The demon race member's body trembled. His soul was shattered and he fell headfirst. Boom! There was a violent energy tremor. More murderous intent fell. Several more demon race members were shattered. Damn it! Charge out and break the matrix with all your might. Attack the edge of the matrix with all your might. Hit one point. Seeing the demon race members die one by one, the leader of the demon race roared loudly. At the same time, he urged the energy in his body to bombard the void. All kinds of energy exploded in the matrix. The thunder-like tremors continued to reverberate in the matrix. Swoosh! Sharp blades appeared from the void. With fierce murderous intent, they instantly rushed towards the demon race members. In the sound of energy clashing, the bodies of 3 demon race members were chopped into pieces. The bodies of the 3 demon race members were shattered. Just as their spiritual thoughts flew out of their bodies, they were destroyed by the second wave of blades. Such a situation was not uncommon in the Matrix. Every minute, there were demon race members dying. Screams, curses, and all kinds of voices echoed in the Matrix. Outside the Matrix, Zichun and the others stood quietly in the air. Behind them were 2,000 human primordial core cultivators. These were the real primordial core cultivators. The ones before were just illusions. The killing matrix and the outside world were like 2 different worlds. No one could see what was happening inside the matrix. However, outside the matrix, they could feel the intense murderous intent. It seemed that the murderous intent inside the matrix was even more terrifying. Behind Zichun, the primordial core cultivators who were lucky enough to have seen this kind of killing matrix in the past twitched their mouths. No one knew better than them the terrifying power of this killing matrix. Back then, LV Ping was still in the air, but the killing matrix he created caused them to suffer a great loss. Now that LV Ping had advanced to the primordial core realm, his knowledge of matrices was even more profound. In addition, he had the handy array flags. The power of his matrices was unimaginably strong. The demon race members were angered by Zichun. Entering the matrix of their own accord was purely courting death. At the farthest place, seeing 3,000 demon race members barge into the matrix and not appear for a long time, the eyes of the leaders of the various forces were filled with shock. Zichun is too scary. The demon race members were angered and entered the killing matrix. They will definitely die. They worship Zichun, but at this moment, they were deeply in awe of Zichun's methods. Inside the matrix, it was almost like hell. All sorts of shrill cries could be heard, and fresh red blood splattered across the sky. In the outside world, the human primordial core cultivators were ready for battle. Time passed by slowly. Whether it was inside or outside the matrix, whether it was the demon race or the humans, they all felt that time was passing extremely slowly. One was waiting for death, and the other was waiting for the upcoming battle of life and death. Among them, the most relaxed one should be Zichun. He seemed to be unaffected, and there was no change in his expression. His eyes were fixed on the matrix, waiting for LV Ping to appear. After an hour, LV Ping appeared in a flash. Their attacks are too frequent. The killing matrix is about to lose its effectiveness, but it can still trap them for a while, LV Ping said as soon as he appeared. Zichun nodded, then turned to the human primordial core cultivators and said, "Kill to your heart's content. Remember, don't let a single demon go." The primordial core cultivators tightened their grip on the elixir weapons in their hands, then shouted, "Yes!" in unison. Their fighting spirit was rising. After being ravaged by the Matrix for an hour, even if the 3,000 demons did not die, their combat power was not at its peak. They were confident that they could win this battle, and it would be another great victory. More than 2,000 human primordial core cultivators rushed into the Matrix. Their figures disappeared one after another. After all of them had disappeared into the Matrix, they launched a devastating attack on the demon race in the Matrix. Moreover, after consuming the blood explosion elixir, each of them exuded a terrifying aura. At this moment, they were almost invincible among those of the same level. Each of them was like a lion or a tiger, killing the demon race without leaving a single one behind. As time passed, the Matrix gradually weakened. Matrix flags appeared in the sky one after another. Energy vibrations, primordial core cultivators self-detonated, yells, curses, and all sorts of sounds were heard through the Matrix. The entire Matrix was on the verge of collapse. In addition to the sounds, everyone could clearly see what was happening in the killing Matrix. The killing Matrix had completely lost its effectiveness. Many human primordial core cultivators were chasing after the demon race in the Matrix. The demon race, who were usually arrogant, were like stray dogs in the Matrix. Don't run. Don't you demon race claim to be able to slaughter humans? Why are you running? The human primordial core cultivators shouted as they chased. Despicable humans! The escaping demon race gritted their teeth and cursed. Such a situation was not uncommon in the killing Matrix. Even the 5 leaders of the demon race were suppressed by several late-stage primordial core cultivators because they had exhausted too much energy. It was only a matter of time before they died. Boom! Chapter 737. As the killing formation collapsed, the confined space was revealed. The first thing that hit them was the thick stench of blood. The ground was stained red with blood, and broken limbs were everywhere. The fresh blood formed a pool of blood in the low-lying area. Occasionally, there were human heads floating in the water. The scene in front of them was like the Azura hell. It was eerie and terrifying. The casualties of the 3,000 demons had reached 4/5. Those who were lucky enough to survive were in imminent danger under the Danyuan of the humans. They could die at any time. The killing formation could not hold on and collapsed automatically. Many demons seemed to have seen hope and rushed to the distance. During this period, they did not stop cursing and swearing. It's you! You are the one who killed us! A demon's eyes were filled with hatred. He did not care about the Danyuan behind him and rushed to Zichin. As he was rushing forward, the energy in the demon's Danyuan in his body surged wildly. The expression on his face became ferocious because of hatred. He was probably going to self-destruct. The devil ape took a step forward and swung his staff. The black staff flashed with a black glow. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The Danyuan of the demon exploded. The devil ape kept his staff and stood up. His eyes were still cold. He was killed before he could even self-destruct. Such a scene shocked all the demons. Those crazy demons who had the same thoughts of revenge were also awakened by this blow. They turned and charged towards the gene and essence of the humans before self-destructing. Today, none of the demons can leave this place alive. Kill! Zichen's expression did not change, but his voice was cold. The monk and the devil ape were on guard. If any demons tried to escape, the two of them would definitely catch up and kill them. This massacre lasted for almost 2 hours before it ended. None of the 3,000 demons were left alive. They were all killed. At the end of the battle, it was like a feast of self-destruction. Danyuan of various levels self-destructed. There were demons who knew that they would die, and there were also humans who were forced to do so. At the end of the battle, 300 of the 2,000 Danyuan of the humans were killed. Other than that, many of them had taken the blood explosion elixir and temporarily lost their ability to fight. However, today was another great victory. The victory of 2,000 against 3,000 was a miracle. And the one who created this miracle was Zichin. The bloody battlefield made people feel apprehensive, but this did not stop the group of Dan essence cultivators from searching for resources in the blood pool. This was a battlefield, and casualties were unavoidable. Moreover, it was either you die or I live. After collecting all the resources, Zichin distributed them according to their efforts. After defeating the enemy, all the Dan elementals had excited expressions on their faces. Lord Zichin, We've wiped out 3,000 Yao this time. I'm sure there will be more Yao experts coming next time. Should we send more Dan Yuan experts? When it came to the allocation of resources, the leaders of the various forces had already taken the initiative to speak. After every battle, they would add more people. This had already become a habit. Of course we'll need more people. Go and bring over all the Dan essences in this area. Zichen nodded. Bring all of them here, Lord Zichen. Is it time for the final battle? Everyone was surprised. The Yao clan lost 3,000 this time. Next time, there will definitely be 10,000 or even 20,000 Yao clan members. Do you think we have a chance of winning against so many Yao clan members? Zichen asked. Yes, of course. The leaders of the various forces were extremely confident. Just as Zichen was feeling puzzled, the other party said, Lord Zichen, didn't you say that we could kill 60 or 90,000 Yao clan members? Zichen did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. I said that on purpose to anger them. Let alone 60,000, even if 10 or 20,000 Yao clan members come, we can't kill them. We can continue to use the killing array and set up an even bigger one. We will definitely be able to destroy the enemy. The Dan essences of the various forces were still confident. Zichen smiled helplessly when he heard this. Do you think it's easy to set up the array? You can't even imagine the amount of materials and resources needed to set up the array each time. Lord Zichen, just tell us what materials and resources you need. We will do our best to search for them and bring them over as quickly as possible. The various forces promised. Zichen waved his hand and said, There's no need. Furthermore, we don't have enough time. Apart from resources, setting up the array also requires time. The Yao clan will not give us enough time. Then what do we do? Are we going to have a final battle? The Dan essences looked worried. If they were going to have a final battle, the humans would definitely lose. There's no need for a final battle. Next, it's time to negotiate. The ancient beast world is huge. The humans and the Yao clan can definitely work together to develop this place without being affected, Zichen said. But we've killed so many Yao clan members. Will the Yao clan sit down and negotiate with us? The leaders of the various forces were puzzled. They should. Zichen nodded. Zichen said it simply and casually, but the various forces were unsure. Furthermore, they were even more unsure when they found out that Array Master Lu Ping had returned to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion the next day. However, they still had to carry out Zichen's orders. In the shortest amount of time, they gathered all the Dan essences that they could gather. Apart from that, they also gathered all the Dan essences that they had sent out to scout. After gathering all the Dan essences from the 38 forces, the entire Dan essences army reached 5,000 people. Although many of them were in the early stage of the Dan essence realm, it was already very frightening to see an army of 5,000 Dan essences. The entire Yao clan was paying attention to the fact that 3,000 Dan essences from the Yao clan were going to fight against the humans. On the second day, they received accurate news. The news of 3,000 Dan essences being wiped out shocked the entire Yao clan. Most of them were still in disbelief. However, this was the truth. The Yao clan had no choice but to accept it. Since when did the humans become so powerful? They're just humans. They're weak and cowardly. How could they kill 3,000 of our Yao clan soldiers? The Yao clan was filled with voices of disbelief, followed by endless anger. This was because the actions of the humans had thoroughly enraged the Yao clan. Now, the humans would have to bear the endless anger of all the Yao clan members in the wasteland. Lang Yuxing, the leader of the Heavenly Wolf clan, called for a meeting of the 6 forces after hearing the news of the annihilation of the Yao clan soldiers. In the meeting, except for the Heavenly Ape clan's elder ape, whose expression did not change, the faces of the other 5 were extremely gloomy. There were only 6 people in the meeting, and all of them were silent. The elder ape did not know what to say, and the other 5 did not know what to say. This time, we were careless and underestimated the humans again. This led to the annihilation of our 3,000 Dan essences. The first to speak was the powerhouse of the Heavenly Dog clan. Although he was angry, he did not lose his mind. That's right. The humans this time around are indeed different. They've made us suffer defeat time and time again. Furthermore, they've been completely annihilated. We should pay more attention to the humans. Furthermore, we should pay enough attention to them, said Lang Yuxing. The others nodded in agreement. They were naturally angry about the annihilation of the Yao clan soldiers, but more than that, they blamed themselves. If they had paid attention to the humans earlier, the annihilation of the 3,000 Dan essences would not have happened. They could have led the army to wipe out the humans. The overall combat strength of the humans is indeed weak, and they are not united. They are always infighting, but among the various races, it seems that the strongest powerhouses have always been the humans. Humans are too unpredictable. We have been suppressing the humans all these years, and we have underestimated them. Now, a new variable has finally appeared, the elder ape said slowly after a moment of silence. Lang Yuxing nodded and said, That's right. This time, there is indeed a strong powerhouse among the humans. One of them is a very strong monster. I used to think that it was the strongest among the humans, but now that I think about it, I feel that it is not right. Why would such a strong existence be among the humans, and why would it help the humans in battle? I think there must be an even stronger existence among the humans, and that monster is following that person around, similar to a pet of the humans. The reason why the humans are able to unite and fight against the enemy is because of that human powerhouse. Only a true powerhouse can unite the selfish humans. If there is such a powerhouse among the humans, what should we do? Do we have to ask the Dragonians for help? But now, it seems that the passage is about to open, and no one wants to miss it, the other forces asked. Lang Yuxing shook his head and said, That won't be necessary. I've already asked around. That human expert and that demonic beast are only at the early core stage. Their individual battle prowess may be very strong, but if we send out more demonic beast army, they will definitely die under a group attack. Only in the early core stage? That is easy. Even if he has the combat strength of the Dragonians, we can still kill him. The others relaxed after hearing this. We must not be careless again. Lang Yuxing waved his hand and said, For safety reasons, it is better for the 6 of us to lead the team. 6 I can't. The elder ape shook his head and said, Many things have happened to the heavenly ape bloodline recently. I have to deal with them quickly. It is fine if you do not go. The 5 of us will go, and bring enough core energy. Lang Yuxing glanced at the elder ape with disdain. Obviously, he was trying to shirk the responsibility. How many people is appropriate? At least 5,000 from each force. We must not be careless again. Lang Yuxing sighed. Clearly, he was starting to be wary of the humans. 5,000 from each force, that is 25,000 from 5 forces. This is a true core stage army. With the 5 of us leading, we will definitely be able to kill all the humans. This time, there will be no more accidents. The humans will die. The other 4 nodded. This matter was agreed upon. 5,000 core energy from each force was not something that could be done with just a word. They would need to be mobilized from other places. Mobilizing the core energy took a full day. When the 25,000 core stage cultivators were gathered, they were led by the 5 of them and rushed to the human territory. They had been rushing along the way because they were afraid that the humans would play tricks during this time. But this time, they were a little too concerned about the humans. Once the 25,000 core stage cultivators were out, the outcome of this battle was already decided. At full speed, they reached the outer region in 2 days. The 2 armies faced each other from afar. Chapter 738. Many demons saw the leader of the humans at a glance. It was a young man, standing in front of the Dan Yuan army, accompanied by a beautiful human woman. He wore a black robe and had a cold face. Both sides stopped and looked at each other from a distance. The number of people was 25,000 against 5,000. The huge difference in numbers caused the human cultivators to show depression and other negative emotions. On the other hand, the demons' morale was high, and they believed that they would win this battle. "You're the one who killed our people." Lang Yuxing took a step forward, looking at Zichen from afar, and asked coldly. "That's me." Zichen's voice was also very cold. "Very brave, but today, you humans will die without a doubt," Lang Yuxing said again. Zichen glanced at Lang Yuxing and said, "A few days ago, the 3,000 demons also said the same thing, and they were also full of confidence like you." "Then you mean, with so many of us, we can't kill you humans?" Lang Yuxing had a mocking smile on his face. "Lang Yuxing, why are you talking nonsense with the humans? Just rush over and slaughter them all, and avenge our dead demons," the leader of the Tiango clan said loudly, seeming extremely impatient. "That's right. For today's battle, it's better to end it quickly." Zichen's cold voice came from the opposite side. Then, a dense killing intent filled the world. This killing intent made people's hearts tremble, but it didn't come from the demons, but from the humans. Zichen didn't make any arrangements for this battle before the battle, so no one knew how to fight this battle. But judging from the number of demons that came, this battle couldn't be won no matter what. The battle hadn't started yet, but the humans had already lost their confidence, because there were too many demons. But at this moment, Zichen's body was surging with killing intent. This made everyone wonder if Zichen would attack with all his strength in the next moment. If that was the case, the 5,000 humans would only be able to attack a few times before they were all slaughtered by the demons. The killing intent only came from Zichen alone. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zichen. The humans' expressions were puzzled, not knowing what Zichen was going to do next. Was he going to give the order to fight the demons? The demons' faces were full of ridicule. How could a mere 5,000 humans fight against 25,000 demons? Whether it was quantity or quality, the two sides were not on the same level. After releasing his killing intent, Zichen's body suddenly began to glow. The resplendent light was extremely dazzling, but it was also very beautiful and dazzling. The source of the light came from Zichen's battle armor. The incomparably dazzling light spoke of its identity as a supreme-grade battle armor. Then, a monstrous baleful aura surged as a blood-red broken spear appeared in Zichen's hand. Even though this broken spear was damaged, it had blocked the attacks of the hidden powers before. Before it was broken, it was definitely extraordinary. With killing intent surging around him, Zichen, clad in battle armor and holding a battle spear, was clearly going to fight in person. Ever since he came to the ancient beast realm, Zichen had experienced more than 10 battles, big and small, but he had never fought. Now, facing 25,000 demons, Zichen decided to fight. What is Lord Zichen doing? Is he going to fight the Yao personally? With such a formation, it's only natural that they're preparing for the final battle. The human cultivators all widened their eyes. When the leaders of the various forces saw this, their expressions changed instantly. They became extremely excited. It seemed that the heaven martial arts cultivator, who possessed 2 types of ultimate power, was going to show his true power. At this moment, they finally understood what Zichen meant by negotiation earlier. It was obviously not realistic to negotiate now. However, they already understood that Zichen wanted to fight the Yao race to take the initiative to negotiate. At this moment, they were still worried. They did not know if Zichen could successfully charge through the army of 25,000 demons. At this moment, Zichen was wearing a supreme-grade battle armor and holding a battle spear. He looked like he was going all out. Clearly, he was not confident either. The human elixir Yuan's expressions were very complicated. Some were excited, some were shocked, and some were worried. The demons who guessed Zichen's intentions had a much simpler expression. They were disdainful. Even the strongest dragon man of the demon race would be killed in 1 round of concentrated fire under the coverage of so many energy attacks when he charged at a troop of 25,000 demons alone. However, Zichen was not alone. He had companions and brothers. Just as Zichen showed his battle state, the monk and the demon ape beside him also showed their strongest attack state. Supreme-grade battle armor appeared on their bodies, and killing intent surged around them. "Are you ready?" Zichen asked. "We're ready to fight at any time." The monk held the demon subduing pestle in his hand, while the demon ape held the black rod tightly in his hand. The killing intent surging from the three of them was so dense that it was comparable to that of an army. Such power was shocking. On the opposite side, the demons also had a serious expression. Lang Yuxing even shouted, "Be alert!" All the demons were in a state of alert. Some had already taken out their elixir weapons, while others were surging with energy, ready to attack at any time. At this moment, the humans and demons were still facing each other from afar. However, it was 3 humans against 25,000 demons. Whether the 3 humans would win or the demons would kill the humans was still unknown. The atmosphere instantly became oppressive and tense. "Kill!" Just as the oppressive atmosphere reached its limit, making it hard to breathe, Zichen roared and charged forward at top speed. The demon ape and the monk, one on the left and one on the right, shot out like arrows from a bow after Zichen. The 3 of them left. Behind them was the human team led by Shengguan Yu. They were nervous, expectant, and worried. The 3 of them showed their true extreme speed, like a blur of light. The human's extreme speed made Lang Yuxing's pupils shrink. However, he quickly ordered, "Attack with all your strength." In an instant, 25,000 Dan essence attacks had filled the space in front of them. This was an attack without discrimination, covering all directions. Not to mention a human, even a fly or a mosquito would be hit by the energy. Above their heads, the energy was overwhelming. However, the 3 of them did not dodge. They did not even put up a defense. They just rushed forward in a straight line. If they did not dodge, they would be able to rush through after a round of concentrated attacks. If they dodged or put up a defense, they would definitely be trapped by the energy. At that time, they would only be able to survive. However, in the process of rushing forward, the 3 of them were glowing. Then, one figure after another appeared around the 3 of them. Zichen used a doppelganger technique that he had secretly learned. The monk used an authentic Arhut doppelganger. As for the demon ape, he used a shadow doppelganger technique. The clones this time were different from the past. In the past, the clones had to be strong, and they had to display their strongest combat strength. Therefore, the fewer the better. But today, the clones had to be many. Their combat strength could be ignored, but the more the better. In the process of the 3 of them rushing forward, hundreds of energy doppelganger appeared around them. These doppelgangers surrounded the 3 of them tightly, protecting them in the middle. What? The monster race people were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. On the human side, they also shouted. Attacks fell from the sky like raindrops. When they came into contact with the doppelganger, they exploded. Violent energies surged between heaven and earth. One doppelganger after another was crushed by the energy. However, in the process of the doppelganger disappearing, Zichen and the rest were still rushing forward in a straight line. During this period, the 3 of them kept manipulating the energy in their bodies, intending to create more energy doppelganger to block the attacks for them. The attacks were densely packed and fell from the sky. The speed at which the energy doppelganger was depleted was much faster than the speed at which it was created. After the energy doppelganger dissipated, before the second wave of doppelganger appeared, the attacks had already landed on the 3 of them. During this period, the 3 of them kept using their extreme speed to dodge in a small area. However, it was still useless. There were too many energy attacks and they were as dense as raindrops. It was hard to imagine who could dodge the raindrops. In an instant, the 3 of them were hit by the numerous energy attacks. Their figures were completely covered by the energy. No. The human side exclaimed as they watched the energy beams engulfing the 3 of them in despair. On the monster race side, each of them laughed sinisterly. The energy surrounding the 3 of them exploded with a bang. The destructive aura tore a big hole in the sky. In the eyes of the monster race, the 3 of them were definitely going to die. However, before they could laugh triumphantly, a tricolor light shot out from the destructive energy. This was a tricolor light formed by gold, silver, and blood. Not only was it extremely dazzling, But it was also extremely fast. As soon as it shot out from the destructive energy, before the monster race could react, it was already close to the monster race army. The tricolor light was Zichin. The luster of his battle armor had already dimmed. The heavenly thunder wings on his back made him even faster. In an instant, he rushed into the monster race army. Zichin, who had rushed into the monster race army, was like a tricolor lightning flashing among the monster race army. Wherever he passed, all the monster race soldiers who were swept by the tricolor light were either cut in half or smashed into pieces by the energy. Zichin rushed into the monster race army and started a massacre. It was a one-sided massacre. The early and middle primal core realm soldiers could barely see his real body. They could only see the flashing lights. Although the late primal core realm soldiers could see that the tricolor light was Zichin, it did not mean that they could defend against it. Swoosh! A late primal core realm soldier widened his eyes as he watched the tricolor light fly past him. He did not feel any pain. Just as he was wondering if the tricolor light was going to attack him, his soul dissipated. The fatal blow was his heart. It was pierced through by the blood-red broken spear. Zichin rushed into the monster race army. In just 2 breaths, he had already killed more than 100 monster race soldiers. During this time, 3 late primal core realm soldiers were killed. They were all killed in one blow. Spread out. Everyone spread out. Several leaders of the monster race were still giving out orders in vain. However, under the tricolor light, who could spread out? Who could match the speed of the other party? Moreover, Zichin was also rushing towards the place with the most people. As the broken spear swept across, the blood-red light flashed, and a large number of monster race soldiers died. Such a scene was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. He was slaughtering at will. Damn it! How can this be? The leader of the monster race was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Early and middle primal core realm soldiers, spread out. Late primal core realm soldiers, follow me. Surround him and kill him. Lang Yuxing reacted quickly and was the first to give the order. Therefore, the monster race soldiers retreated in panic. Many late primal core realm soldiers surrounded Zichin from all directions, forming an encirclement. Chapter 739. Zichin rushed into the crowd of demons and started a massacre. The demons were in complete chaos, and all sorts of screams and cries were heard. The humans at the back felt their blood boiling, and they shouted excitedly. At this moment, Zichin displayed the power of an Empyrean martial artist to the fullest. The demons surrounded Zichin, preparing to kill him. All the attention of the demons was on Zichin, and no one noticed that there were 2 shadows rushing towards them from behind. The humans at the back saw them, but they naturally would not remind the other party. They were afraid that they would attract the attention of the demons, so all of them covered their mouths. Their eyes flashed with excitement, waiting for the monk and the demon ape to show their power. The demon ape and the monk rushed into the crowd of demons. Zichin attracted all the late-stage primordial core cultivators, so the 2 of them were facing off against the early-stage and mid-stage primordial core cultivators. After the 2 of them separated, they started to kill the demons. The demon ape swung the black rod in his hand, and like a black dragon, it swallowed many demons in front of him. When the black light dissipated, all the demons were dead. The demon ape could kill late-stage primordial core cultivators, so it could kill these early-stage and mid-stage primordial core cultivators effortlessly. On the other side, the monk was doing the same. Under the attack of the demons subduing Pestle, almost none of the demons were left alive. Moreover, the 2 of them had elixirs that could be used as meals, so they were not afraid of using up their elixirs. Every time they attacked with all their might. When the 2 of them attacked with all their might, their killing speed was not slower than Zichin's. The 2 of them combined were much more powerful than Zichin's. In just a few breaths, 500 demons had died. How long could these 25,000 demons be killed? Because of the monk and the demon ape's charge, the demons became even more panicked. They screamed in fear, and then fled in all directions. Zichin was surrounded. Although he had transformed into a tricolored light and was constantly flashing, dodging many attacks, he had also suffered many powerful attacks. His supreme grade defensive armor had become even dimmer, and there were already cracks on it. It seemed that he would not be able to last much longer. Because he was surrounded by late-stage primordial core cultivators, Zichen's killing speed slowed down significantly. Bang! Wielding the broken spear, he killed 2 more demons. Due to the excessive attacks, the supreme grade armor directly shattered and became completely useless. For the first time, Zichen had a look of regret in his eyes. It seemed that such a battle armor was extremely expensive to make. Now that it was broken, it was equivalent to an astronomical amount of primal stones flying away. Zichen snorted in anger and heartache. Then, he tapped the space between his eyebrows. The space between his eyebrows was connected to his sea of consciousness. In his sea of consciousness, the purple gold gourd was floating quietly. After Zichen pointed at it, the purple gold gourd suddenly began to tremble. Then, the gourd opened abruptly. Hallucinatory light gushed out from the gourd, accompanied by small silver snakes. Under the guidance of Zichen's spiritual thoughts, these small snakes left Zichen's sea of consciousness and rushed towards the outside world. After they left his body, they expanded in the wind and instantly became hundreds of feet long. Like silver dragons, they rushed in all directions. The group of demon race members surrounding Zichen only felt the dangerous aura from the other party's body and instantly retreated. However, in the next instant, their vision was filled with endless silver light. Then, numerous lightning dragons opened their bloody mouths and bit towards them. Boom! The thunder dragons exploded. Silver light filled the entire world. The violent sound of the explosion made the heavens and the earth tremble. A large area of the void was shattered. Black holes appeared in the sky. These thunder and lightning were all from the thunder region. Zichen had used these thunder and lightning to kill the assassins who had a strong foundation. At that time, those assassins had all been half dead. Silver light filled the entire world. The thunder and lightning energy also raged wildly. Many primordial core cultivators of the demons were torn to pieces by the thunder and lightning before they could even scream. Among them were late-stage primordial core cultivators, as well as mid-stage primordial core cultivators. Zichen, who was at the center of the thunder and lightning explosion, was hit by the thunder and lightning energy. However, the thunder and lightning mark that had disappeared for a long time appeared again between his eyebrows. Under the golden thunder and lightning mark, when the destructive thunder and lightning energy reached Zichen, it was as docile as a lamb. It swam around him and was absorbed by him. The moment the thunder and lightning exploded, the battle stopped. Everyone's eyes fell on the silver world. Inside the silver world, there were endless screams. The screams were ear-piercing and made people's hearts tremble. After the silver world disappeared, the number of late-stage primordial core cultivators of the demon race had decreased by more than half. Although some had rushed out of the silver world, they were seriously injured. Zichen stood in the air. With him as the center, there were no more demons in a radius of 1,000 meters. There were no more demons in the air, but the ground was littered with broken corpses. In the world, there was only Zichen. All the demons looked at Zichen as if they were looking at a demon king. Their hearts trembled. Zichen's gaze fell on the 5 leaders of the demon race. He said coldly, "Kill." As soon as his voice fell, Zichen rushed toward Lang Yuxing with the broken spear. In his eyes, Lang Yuxing was the leader of these demon race leaders. At the same time, Tyrant and Demon Ape were also facing off against 2 other demon race leaders. The thunder and lightning energy from before had already injured the 5 demon race leaders. Coupled with the fear in their hearts, their battle strength had been affected. Now that they were facing off against 3 powerful demons, they were at a disadvantage. Human die! The leader of the heavenly dog race rushed towards Zichen. As he flew, a powerful aura surged from his body. Then, a huge shadow of the heavenly dog appeared behind him. Its cold and deep eyes stared at Zichen. After the elite of the heavenly dog race attacked, The shadow of the heavenly dog also rushed toward Zichen with vigorous momentum. After forcing Lang Yusheng back, Zichen turned around and saw the elite of the heavenly dog race. He snorted and took the initiative to rush toward him. Zichen held his spear in one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. A blood-red light flashed, bringing with it a monstrous killing intent. It engulfed the elite of the heavenly dog race. Then, Zichen clenched his fist and struck out the third move of the tyrannical fist. Boom! Boom! There was a loud explosion between the heavens and the earth. Terrifying energy surged between the two of them. After the endless energy shook, a figure was sent flying. The one who was sent flying was naturally the elite of the heavenly dog race. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face full of shock. The heavenly dog race's superpower that he had used before was also shattered by the powerful and tyrannical fist wind. In one blow, the leader of the heavenly dog race was no match and was injured. Without waiting for Zichen to kill him, Lang Yusheng also rushed over from the opposite direction. The other party was aggressive and used a superpower that was not much different from the heavenly dog race's. A huge heavenly wolf appeared behind him. The heavenly wolf opened its bloody mouth, revealing its eerie fangs. Zichen waved his spear and struck again. The tyrannical fist was thrown out again. The golden tyrannical fist light filled the heavens and earth. It was as bright as the sun, and it shone brightly with the blood-red spear light. The two types of energy, one struck at Lang Yusheng, and the other at the heavenly wolf's shadow behind him. Boom! Boom! Another two violent energy vibrations sounded. Then, Lang Yusheng vomited blood and was sent flying. The heavenly wolf's shadow was smashed to pieces. In the distance, the group of demons was stunned when they saw that the human leader was not at a disadvantage even when fighting 1 against 2. Not only that, but in the other two directions, the other two humans were suppressing the 3 leaders. The group of demons was completely suppressed by the 3 humans. Retreat, retreat! While gasping for breath, Lang Yusheng gave the order to retreat. His mind was shocked to the extreme. The combat strength of these 3 humans was definitely comparable to the Dragonians. Moreover, they were the strongest among the Dragonians. Hurry up and retreat! I'll stop them! The heavenly dog race's expert also shouted. Today, the demons' morale had been completely destroyed. Taking advantage of the fact that the human army had yet to make a move, retreating was the best choice. You think you can stop me? Hearing the words of the heavenly dog race's expert, Zichen's lips curled into a sneer. Then, his body flashed with tricolored light again. Like a tricolored lightning, he abandoned Lang Yusheng and attacked the heavenly dog race's expert. Within the tricolored lightning, Zichen attacked rapidly. The broken spear in his hand repeatedly stabbed at the heavenly dog race's expert. The heavenly dog race's expert also mobilized his energy to the limit to block. However, he could block 10 bolts, but he could not block 20 bolts. Even if he blocked 20 bolts, he could not block 200 bolts from Zichen. During the battle, the heavenly dog race's expert was forced to retreat in the air. 1 step, 2 steps. Every time he retreated, the void trembled and cracks spread out from under his feet. After retreating 200 steps, the frequency of his defense slowed down. After 400 steps, there were 2 more bloody holes on his body. After retreating 1,000 steps, the heavenly dog race's expert's body was covered with bloody holes. Blood gushed out from the numerous wounds, and the expression on his face froze in horror. Pen. After 1,000 steps, the heavenly dog race's leader's body fell backward. He fell from the sky lifeless. Of the 5 leaders, 1 was killed by Zichen. The fear in the hearts of the demons naturally reached its limit. One by one, they fled for their lives. But then 2 loud sounds were heard. The monk and the devil ape had killed their enemies almost at the same time. Of the 5 leaders, 3 were killed. The remaining 2, with faces full of horror, began to flee frantically. Kill! Leave no one alive! Zichen shouted coldly. The devil ape and the monk held their weapons and chased after the 2 leaders. Zichen stopped and turned to look at the humans. Clean up the battlefield along the way. After that, Zichen also turned into a tricolored light and chased after the fleeing demons. After approaching the demons, the tricolored light began to flash. Then, the tricolored light continued to rush forward. As for the demons, they lost their vitality and fell from the sky. Chapter 740. In the blink of an eye, the demons were nowhere to be seen. Only the screams of the demons could be heard from afar. The group of humans stood there in a daze, as if they had been petrified. Everything that they had seen was like a dream. It felt unreal. The three of them had defeated 25,000 demons. Moreover, they had killed so many demons that they had lost their will to fight. This time, even if the demon race didn't die, today's battle would become an eternal nightmare in their hearts that they would never be able to forget. It's terrifying. This is their combat strength. This is the current strength of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. The shock in the eyes of the group of human leaders lingered for a long time. The combat strength of the three of them had destroyed an army of Dan Yuan realm experts. Indirectly, the three of them could defeat the entire Bedlam land. It was possible that they could defeat all the demons. It's the combat strength of the three of them, but it's not the strongest of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. It seems that there are three people with the same combat strength who are not here yet. Shengguan Feixiong's face was also filled with shock. Among the strong combat strength of the heavenly barbarian pavilion, Zhang Haoyan was definitely one of them. As an honorable beast, Long Hu's combat strength was extremely strong. The last one was the array master, LV Peng. In terms of individual combat strength, he might have been insignificant in the past. However, as his strength increased and his attainments in array formation became more profound, his combat strength could not be underestimated. At certain times, array master LV Ping would be more feared than Zichen and the rest. Other than that, there were other combat strengths in the heavenly barbarian pavilion, such as the deputy pavilion leader, Wang Qiong, the spirit-devouring rat, Wang Shan, Wang Xianer, Miao Kong, and Wu Mo, who had also obtained many inheritances. All had extraordinary combat strength. Once all of these combat strengths returned, the heavenly barbarian pavilion would become the strongest force in the Bedlam land, excluding the human origin realm patriarch. Zichen had already left, but all the humans were still in a daze. They did not move for a long time. Let's clean up the battlefield. After a long time, the leader of the Wu family spoke, waking everyone up. Along the way, I think Zichen will directly attack the demon clan and force them to negotiate with us, Yifutian said. The other Dan essence cultivators went to clean up the battlefield, while the leaders of the various factions gathered together. Today, Zichen's battle prowess had not only shocked the demon race, but it had also shocked these factions. This deterrence was enough to ensure that the heavenly barbarian pavilion would never be targeted by the fringe, even after Zichen's departure. Gather all the resources together. Don't even think about taking them. Just as the Dan essence cultivators were cleaning up the battlefield, the leader of a force spoke up. This time, they did not contribute anything. They did not want or dare to share Zichen's resources. In the previous battlefield, they had seen Zichen's top-grade battle armor explode. The cost of the battle armor was very high, and it required a lot of materials. With Zichen's consumption, they would not share the spoils. Soon, they found the corpse of the fourth demon leader. This was a strong martial artist from the Heavenly Lion tribe. Normally, his combat strength would be enough to make the humans wary. But now, he had become a cold corpse without any warmth. Under the guidance of the demon corpse, the group continued to go deeper. Then, they saw the corpse of the fifth demon leader. At this point, the 5 demon leaders had all been killed by Zichen and the other 2. However, they did not see Zichen along the way, which proved that everything was not over yet. The truth was as they had guessed. Zichen was going to kill his way into the depths of the demon race's base camp. In the frenzied slaughter, the demons had completely lost their will to fight. They had even forgotten their basic defense. However, under the super combat strength of Zichen and the other 2, it seemed that defense was not very useful. Just like that, the three of them slaughtered their way into the depths. Everywhere they passed, the demons were killed. During this time, the demons who went in a straight line had a chance to survive, but those who tried to escape in other directions were all killed mercilessly. 25,000 demons were defeated by the three of them. Then, they were chased into the depths of the demon race. The scene before them was like herding livestock. Along the way, whenever they saw demons going out to hunt ancient beasts, the three of them would also chase after them. Finally, the demon race's base camp was in sight. "Lord, save us, save us! The humans are coming!" As soon as they saw the base camp, the demons screamed at the top of their lungs. "How dare you behave so atrociously in the demon race's territory? Die!" A roar came from the base camp. Then, a fierce aura surged out. It was an expert from the heavenly dog race. He was in the late primordial core realm. Die! After seeing Zichen and the other two, the expert's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The aura around him surged wildly. Then, he took out his elixir weapon and charged at the three of them. Looking at his stance, he was going to kill the three of them. At this moment, the confident heavenly dog race expert did not notice the pity on the faces of the surrounding demons. "You are not a dragon man. Aren't you courting death by charging out like this?" Indeed, in the next moment, only one of the three appeared. After that person walked out, he launched a fierce attack on the heavenly dog race expert. In less than 3 breaths, the heavenly dog race expert was tortured to death. The process was simple and easy. Such a scene also shocked the other demons who were charging forward. "Who are you people?" The demons looked at the humans in front of them with fear. "We are the ones that you have been trying to kill and chase away." Zichen walked forward step by step. His footsteps were slow and his expression was relaxed. Walking in the territory of the demons was like taking a stroll in his own backyard. More and more demons gathered around, but no one dared to step forward. Because those who did were all turned into corpses. Zichen destroyed the small base camp at the periphery. Now, he arrived at a very large base camp. There were many primordial core realm demons in the base camp. Of course, there were also many resources. "Where is the place where you keep the resources?" After entering the base camp, Zichen realized that there were too many buildings. He did not want to look for them one by one. Hence, he asked directly to barge into the base camp of the demons, and now ask about the location of the treasures so brazenly. This was the most blatant insult to the demons. Many of them were embarrassed and angry. "Human, you have gone too far." A late primordial core realm demon could not take this lying down. He charged at Zichen with a strong murderous intent. Bang! The devil ape stepped forward and swung his cudgel. With a loud explosion, the body of the late primordial core realm demon exploded. "If you want to die, then come at me." The devil ape put away his cudgel and sneered. "Why? Are you not going to tell me where the resources are? Do you not want to live anymore?" Zichen sneered. The murderous intent around him clearly told everyone that this was not a joke. It was intimidating and threatening at the same time. The expressions of the demons changed drastically. Many of them subconsciously looked at the place where the resources were kept. Zichen smiled satisfactorily and led the two away. When they arrived at the place where the resources were kept, there were already many demons gathered. Every one of them looked as if they were ready to die. "Human, if you want to steal the resources of the demons, you will have to step over our dead bodies. Otherwise, don't even think of taking one step closer." The leading primordial core realm demon held his elixir weapon tightly and shouted. However, his voice was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid. Zichen's expression did not change. He was still smiling coldly. "Your courage is commendable. But since you are willing to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wishes." As he finished speaking, the three of them rushed forward at the same time. Within a few breaths, all the demons in their way were turned into corpses. During this time, the demons were shocked and angry, but there was nothing they could do. The 3 humans were too strong. They were so strong that they could not defeat them. The demons attacked several times, but many of them died. Now, they had given up on attacking but followed the humans closely. Boom! With a loud bang, the door of the treasury was smashed by the devil ape. Then, a strong spiritual power rushed out. What came into view was endless colorful light. All kinds of ancient beasts, all kinds of resources, and medicinal herbs were placed in a dazzling array, filling the entire space. Seeing so many resources, many demons even had thoughts of suicide. It was time for the resources in the treasury to be transported to the outside world, but because the leader of the demon race had led many Dan elementals to surround and kill the humans, this matter was delayed for a while. They did not expect that something would happen during this delay. The leader did not return, but the 3 humans had killed their way here. Of course, the 3 of them would not be courteous to the demons. With a wave of their sleeves, they took away all the resources. Zichen's cold smile was inevitably replaced by a sincere smile. With so many resources, it seemed that the Heavenly Brute Pavilion would be able to cultivate many strong cultivators in the future. Plundering had always been the monk's specialty and hobby. After taking away all the resources in the treasury, the monk did not give up. He went to the other buildings and searched one by one. Zichen and the devil ape sat cross-legged at the entrance of the treasury, waiting for the monk to return. When the monk left alone, the demons launched an attack. However, without a doubt, they suffered heavy casualties and gave up decisively. During this time, more than 5,000 human primordial core realm demons had also entered, but the demons ignored them. Compared to the 3 demon kings in front of them, the 5,000 humans were like lambs. As long as they killed the demon kings, the lambs would naturally be slaughtered. After the monk returned from plundering, the 3 of them got up and continued on their way. Of course, before that, they had to go on a killing spree. Then, they asked for the location of the second encampment. That was the encampment of the Heavenly Wolf King. It seemed that there were more resources than this encampment. Therefore, the 3 of them led a group of beasts that were relatively larger in number to the second encampment. Behind them were the 5,000 humans who followed. Their eyes were filled with excitement. It seemed that the humans had never been so proud in front of the demons. The demons, who were once extremely powerful, were now inferior to pigs and dogs in their eyes. Along the way, the demons would occasionally attack the 3 of them. However, they were undoubtedly like moths to a flame, seeking their own destruction. Chapter 741. Along the way, the demons no longer launched futile attacks. As time passed, they even became more cooperative. Wherever Zichen wanted to go, they would bring the 3 of them there. If they wanted to plunder resources from the encampment, they would be led there by Dan Yuan of the demons. When they arrived at the encampment, the demons in the encampment did not dare to resist and could only watch as the 3 of them blasted open the door to the treasury. Resources were plundered at will. As if worried that the humans would kill the demons again if the resources were too little, the treasures in the treasury were almost full. Plundering resources from thousands or even tens of thousands of demons was naturally a huge gain. Zichen's expression became more and more satisfied. The cooperation of the demons was not without reason. The demons knew why, and so did Zichen. The demons were waiting for reinforcements from the Dragonians, and so was Zichen. Killing these ordinary demons would only infuriate the demons even more. It would only make the demons hate the humans even more, but it would not make the demons fear the humans. In order to instill fear, respect, and apprehension in the shifters, one had to hurt them and make them suffer a great loss. Among the shifters, it seemed that the only thing that they respected was the Dragonians. The Dragonians were the strongest in their eyes and were everything in the eyes of the shifters. If a few Dragonians were killed, the shifters would truly know what fear was. In the depths of this area, there were more than a dozen Dragonians sitting cross-legged. In addition, there were many powerful demons scattered around. This was the opening of the passageway. The area within a few miles was monitored from all angles. Many spiritual senses were intertwined. Even a fly or a mosquito would not be able to get close. 9 years ago, the human woman with the mutated beast entered this place after a series of killings. Although the Dragonians had already discovered the passageway and killed the ancient beast guarding the passageway, they were still a little afraid of the passageway. As a result, they were a little slower when they entered. However, who knew that the passageway would close automatically and block the Dragonians? Under such a special situation, the Dragonians quickly went back to the ancient books to look for useful information. After a careful search, they really did find something. They guessed that there might be a training ground behind the passageway. Of course, it was most likely an ancient training ground. Everything had yet to be verified. Therefore, they waited for 9 years. According to the records, this passage opened once every 9 years. However, at this special moment when the passageway was about to open, accidents happened frequently among the demon race. Today, there were even demon race members who came to ask for help, saying that humans had attacked their base. The humans have attacked our base. A dragonid opened his eyes, and a glint flashed across his eyes. Yes, 3 humans. Their battle prowess is extremely great. Not only did they beat back our Dan Origin great army, they even slaughtered their way into the depths, plundering the various encampments. The person who came reported this matter as quickly as possible. His combat power is very strong. How strong can he be? Another dragonoid opened his eyes and couldn't help but sneer. They are very strong. 2 of them are in the early stage of the primal core realm, and 1 is in the middle stage of the primal core realm. However, they are able to slaughter our late-stage primal core realm demons as they please. Several of our leaders were also killed by them. 1 of them was unable to win even when it was 2 against 1. The sneer on the draconic person's face instantly froze, and a serious expression appeared on his face. Clearly, with just a few words, he could tell that this human was extraordinary. To have such combat strength at such a realm, this human had combat strength that was comparable to theirs. The other dragonids opened their eyes one after another, and their faces were filled with curiosity and desire. Clearly, they wanted to see the 3 humans. Big brother, the passageway might not open for a while. Why don't we go and meet those 3 humans? A dragonid asked. That's right. Mere humans dare to behave atrociously in our demon territory. They even dare to plunder. They are obviously looking down on us. How can we not punish them? The humans are provoking us. We have to respond. Otherwise, they will think that we are afraid. The other dragonids also spoke, and their eyes were filled with battle intent. As dragonids, they were naturally warlike. Now that they heard that the humans were extraordinary, they were even more interested in learning more. Among the dragonids, there was also a leader. He was in the late stage of the primal core realm, and his combat strength was ranked first among the demons. He frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. Then, he pointed at 3 dragonids and said, Long He, Long Ming, Long Shi, you 3 go and deal with the humans. Okay. We promise to complete the mission. I will come back with the heads of the humans. Hearing this, the 3 of them stood up, and their faces were filled with excitement. When the messenger saw that the other party had only arranged for 3 people, his expression changed slightly. He dared to speak but did not dare to. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? The leader asked coldly. We wouldn't dare. The messenger hurriedly said. It's just that there is a suspected heavenly warrior among the humans, and we sent 3 Lord Dragons. It seems that, heavenly warrior? All the dragonids were stunned. Yes, there is a heavenly warrior in the early stage of the primal core realm. He seems to be the leader of the 3. As soon as the messenger finished speaking, one of the dragonids snorted. Humph, so what if he is a heavenly warrior? He is merely in the early stage of the primal core realm. Even if his combat strength is extraordinary and he possesses ultimate energy, we can still destroy him. Seeing the confidence of the 3, the messenger tactfully shut up. It's okay. You can go, the leader of the dragonids said after pondering for a moment. Let's go. Don't boost the morale of others while diminishing our own. I really don't know what the demons are like now. The 3 dragonids and one of the demons left the place. After the 3 of them left, the leader of the dragonids kept frowning. Beside him, Another dragonoid asked. Big brother, are you worried? The other dragonoids also looked at the leader. 3 mere humans dared to kill their way into the depths of the demon territory and even plunder. Obviously, they are very confident in themselves. I suspect that they are deliberately plundering here and waiting for us to attack, the leader of the dragonoids said. How is that possible? It's just 3 humans, a dragonoid exclaimed. If Big Brother is worried, we can go and take a look. No matter how strong the humans are, they are no match for us, another dragonoid said. The leader of the dragonoids waved his hand and said, That won't be necessary. The reason why the humans are in conflict with us is because of the resources in this area. Let the demons go and take a look. If the humans are really strong, let them stay in this area. Also, we can invite them to enter the training ground together. Invite them? All the dragonids widened their eyes. The passage is no longer a secret. If the 3 of them are strong enough, they will definitely come. It makes no difference whether we invite them or not. Of course, the prerequisite is that they are alive. Just as the leader of the dragonids finished speaking, the demons in the distance had already left to make arrangements. The other dragonids also closed their eyes, but this time, they were obviously restless. In the demon territory, Zichin had already plundered 2 major bases and was now heading to the 3rd. According to Dan Yuan, it seemed that the 3rd base was not far away. That was the base of the heavenly ape lineage, but it was relatively small. After seeing it from afar, but before Zichin and the others could go and plunder, a figure rushed out from the base. It was an old ape, but its body was very strong. In a few flashes, it was in front of Zichin. Zichen's eyes flashed coldly and said, Those who stand in my way shall die. Looking at the 3 humans in front of him, the old ape paused and said, My 3 little human friends, this is the base of the heavenly ape lineage. The heavenly ape lineage has a small population, and we rarely have conflicts with other tribes, even with humans. Zichin looked at the old ape and did not say anything. Little human friend, can you spare the heavenly ape lineage? The old ape asked sincerely, with a trace of longing in its eyes. Just as the old ape was speaking, figures flew out from the base. They were all members of the ape tribe. Compared to the other demons who came out in groups, these ape tribe cultivators were naturally much smaller. There were only a few dozen of them, and they were all holding elixir weapons in their hands. The aura around them was dormant, and they were in a state of alert. The heavenly ape lineage has a small population, and we don't have many resources. If you insist on going, can you spare these juniors and take all the resources? Seeing Zichen's gaze constantly sweeping over the ape tribe, the old ape was afraid that Zichen would kill them. At the same time, the old ape turned around and ordered his tribesmen to put down their weapons. The other demons did not speak. In their eyes, these 3 humans were murderous demons. If the old ape tried to stop them now, he would be courting death. Because when had the demon king ever been soft-hearted? Let's go. After retracting his gaze from the ape tribe cultivators and looking at the old ape, Zichin unexpectedly turned around and left. The devil ape and the monk also left. Seeing the group disappear, the old ape heaved a sigh of relief. The ape tribe was saved, and so were their resources. His prediction had come true. The humans who came this time were extraordinary, and the demon army was defeated. The next battle will be with the Dragon Man. I wonder who will win and who will lose, the old ape muttered. After the 3 of them left, they went straight to the 4th base, which was the base of the Heavenly Lion tribe. The latter had imitated the old ape's actions. Unfortunately, Zichin was not soft-hearted this time. Although he did not continue to kill the demons, he did not let go of the resources of this tribe. This made the Heavenly Lion tribe's experts so angry that they gritted their teeth, but they did not dare to say anything. Then, they went to the other bases. Zichin looted them one by one, not letting a single one go. The demon's anger had reached its limit. They could not wait for the Dragon Man experts to arrive soon. The 5,000 humans were still following behind. Their fate had long been tied to Zichen's. If Zichin and the other 2 won the fierce battle against the Dragon Man, there would be a place for humans to stay in this area. If the three of them were defeated, everyone would have to stay here forever. This was undoubtedly a gamble. However, seeing the confident expressions of the three of them, the humans were relieved. The last base that Zichen looted was the base of the Heavenly Tiger tribe. This was a huge base. After looting, the three of them stopped and did not continue to loot. The three of them who stopped were obviously waiting for the Dragon Man to arrive. Chapter 742. The Dragonians finally arrived. The three of them did not need to search for the Dragonians as the group of demons pointed to where Zichen and the other two were. They are at the base of the Sky Tiger tribe. These humans are too arrogant. They actually robbed all the bases. The three Dragon Lords have come this time. We must kill all three of these humans. The anger that the demons had been suppressing for the past few days was completely released by the arrival of the Dragonians. The three of them were at the mid-stage of the Primal Core realm, but no one doubted their combat power. The Dragonians were the strongest of the demons, and the Dragonians in front of them were the elites of the Dragonians. It would be a piece of cake for them to kill three mere humans. The three Dragonians were surrounded by many demons as they headed straight to the base of the Sky Tiger tribe. There was a huge open space outside the base of the Sky Tiger tribe, and the three Dragonians saw the humans who had been waiting there for a long time. You are quite confident to be waiting for us here. The three Dragonians entered the open space with disdain. The demons were waiting far away, and this place would soon become a battlefield. You Dragonians are quite confident as well. You actually sent out 3 mid-stage Primal Core realm cultivators. Zichen sneered. You are that human sky-level warrior? Humph, you don't seem like much. Today I, Long Ming, will kill you. A tall Dragonian stepped forward with his long dragon tail dragging on the ground. I heard that you can kill a late-stage Primal Core realm cultivator with one strike of your staff. Today I, Long He, will kill you. The Dragonian named Long He approached the Devil Ape. The last Dragonian, Long Shi, was naturally up against the monk. Looking at the approaching Long Shi, the monk smiled and said, A mid-stage Primal Core realm cultivator against a mid-stage Primal Core realm cultivator. It seems that I have gained a lot today. However, I will kill the enemy as soon as possible. Damn monk, stop boasting. Today, I will chop your head off. Just as he finished speaking, Long Shi rushed toward the monk. He was the first to attack, and the other two were not any slower than Long Shi. They attacked Zichen and the Devil Ape one after another. Outside the open space, the humans and demons were looking at the battlefield. Today's battle would determine the fate of the humans. Boom! Violent energy began to surge, and thunderous explosions were heard. The 6 of them were fighting 3 battles, and they were like 6 shadows that kept colliding with each other. The light and shadow continued to entangle and collide. The spectators at the periphery were dazzled. Less than half of them were able to see the battle clearly. How terrifying! He is actually evenly matched with the Draconian. The goblins who saw the battle were shocked, while the humans were proud and excited. As long as they were not weaker than the Dragonians, it was a good sign. Only a few existences on the battlefield could see the situation clearly, such as the old ape. In the eyes of others, these might be 6 light shadows, but in his eyes, the light shadows were people, constantly colliding with each other. However, the current attacks from both sides were only in the early stages of warming up. Neither side used any powerful battle techniques. Instead, they relied on their physical bodies and energy to carry out the simplest and most direct contact. However, the physical bodies of the 3 humans were not weaker than the Draconids at all. In fact, they were even stronger in direct contact. Another 3 explosions rang out, and the 6 silhouettes separated, turning into 6 people. 3 people from each side faced each other from a distance. Your physical bodies are not bad, but if that's all you've got, I'd advise you to kill yourselves. Long Ming, who was fighting with Zichen, grinned hideously. Zichen responded with a sneer and replied, Your physical body is only average. Now that the warm-up is over, it's time to send you on your way. As he spoke, a blood-red broken spear appeared in Zichen's hand. The murderous aura on the broken spear caused Long Ming's pupils to shrink slightly. Tyrant and the devil ape also took out their weapons in the next moment with smiles on their faces. The battle has just begun. No, for us, the battle has already ended. Next, it's time to slaughter. Long Shi waved his hand with a mocking expression. Divine Dragon Claw. Then, the three of them roared and unleashed their powerful battle techniques. The void exploded, and a gigantic claw descended from the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. Zi-Chen and the other two had seen such a technique in the ancient battlefield. At this moment, the three draconids were even stronger than Long Xing's when he was in the flight realm. However, Zi-Chen and the other two were no longer the same as before. 3 dragon claws descended from the sky with a terrifying aura. The group of demons also shouted excitedly. This was the battle technique of the draconids. Like the draconids, they were confident that once they unleashed their battle techniques, they would definitely be able to destroy their enemies. In the face of the dragon claws, the three of them did not defend themselves at all. Instead, they soared into the sky and charged toward the dragon claws. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 draconids. They activated their spiritual senses and the dragon claws descended. The 3 of them who soared into the sky moved and unleashed their most powerful attacks toward the dragon claws. The black rod in the devil ape's hand instantly turned into a black dragon. With a terrifying aura, it collided with the dragon claws. The moment the black dragon collided with the dragon claws, it exploded. Intense energy surged out and Long He's face turned pale. The dragon claws had been shattered by the rod. It was the same on Tyrant's side. The gigantic exorcism pestle shone with a dazzling golden light and turned into the size of a mountain. It then smashed toward the dragon claws that Long Shi had unleashed. The attack was so powerful that the void trembled and shattered. The gigantic dragon claws were also shattered by the attack. After smashing the dragon claws, the exorcism pestle was not repelled. It remained in the sky. Under Tyrant's control, the exorcism pestle vibrated slightly in the air and smashed toward Long Shi with an overwhelming force. Long Shi's face changed and he immediately dodged. If the attack that could shatter the dragon claws landed on him, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Long Shi managed to dodge the attack. However, the place where he was standing had already been smashed by the exorcism pestle. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. Both of them were successful. Zi-Chen was not weak. Under the stimulation of the ultimate energy, the blood-red spear emitted a blazing golden light. Then, a golden light that was tens of meters long shot out from the spear and pierced toward the dragon claws. This time, there was no explosion in the air. There was only the sound of the golden light slicing through the dragon claws. Zi-Chen stood in the air. In front of him, the dragon claws were shattered. Humph, you do have some skills. However, let's see how many times you can block my attacks. The 3 Dragonians shouted. Then, they madly controlled the energy in their bodies and formed seals to attack. All kinds of powerful battle techniques appeared in the sky. These battle techniques were extremely powerful. Normally, they would be able to kill a late-stage inner core cultivator. However, today, they could not do anything to the 3 humans. No matter how powerful their attacks were, the 3 of them were able to shatter them in one hit. Moreover, the occasional counterattack made the 3 Dragonians flustered. How can this be? The group of monsters was dumbfounded. It seemed like the 3 Dragonians were being suppressed. The 3 super-strong Dragonians were being suppressed by 3 humans. Moreover, they were humans who were 1 level lower. This gave the monsters a surreal feeling. Go to hell! Seeing that their spells were ineffective, the Dragonians gave up on their spells and attacked the 3 humans. Their sharp claws and dragon tails were their strongest weapons. With the help of the energy in their bodies, they were also powerful weapons. Their spells could not do anything to the 3 humans. Attacking the 3 Dragonians at close range was simply asking for trouble. It seemed like Zi-Chen and the other 2 humans were all super strong in terms of physique and strength. The mountain-like demon subduing pestle shrunk to its normal size. The monk held it in his hand. Then, he activated the pure Buddhist energy in his body and smashed the pestle toward the Dragonians. Pun! The demon's subduing pestle landed with a huge force. Long Shi could only see a golden light in front of him. Then, he was sent flying. Under the huge force, the blood in his body churned. He almost vomited blood. You! After taking the hit head-on, he could feel the terrifying power of the monk. His expression changed drastically. The monk did not say anything. He held the demon's subduing pestle and dashed toward Long Shi at an extreme speed. Then, the demon's subduing pestle landed again and again. Bang! Bang! Under the monk's attack, the dull sound of explosions could be heard continuously. Long Shi was forced to retreat. Long He was in the same situation as Long Shi. After facing the devil ape head-on, other than the first hit, he could not fight back at all. The devil ape swung the demon's subduing pestle. Each hit was stronger and fiercer than the last. As the devil ape's target, Long He could only retreat and defend himself with all his might. This scene stunned the demon clan even more. Suppression. The two humans were completely suppressed in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, the two humans seemed to be having a very easy time. The two humans were suppressed. What about the Dragonians who were fighting against the leader of the humans? The group of demonic beasts also hurriedly looked ahead. At first glance, they saw blood. Bright red blood was flowing out from a bloody hole on the dragon's body. Not only were the Dragonians powerful, but their physique was even stronger. Normal weapons could not hurt them. However, at this moment, when facing the leader of the humans, who was suspected to be a heavenly martial artist, the Dragonians were able to create bloody holes with every hit. This scene reminded them of the death of the Heavenly Dog clan's elite. His body was pierced full of bloody holes before he died. Puff! The blood-red broken spear flashed and easily pierced into Long Ming's body. When the broken spear was pulled out, another bloody hole appeared on his body. Ah! Long Ming roared. His eyes were red. He was extremely angry. However, his speed was still slower than the humans. Moreover, the frequency of his attacks was also inferior. After activating the extreme yang energy to the maximum, Zichen, who was holding the broken spear, had no problem suppressing a mid-stage Dragonians. Out of the 3 Dragonians, 2 of them were being suppressed. The last one was on the brink of death. For a moment, the demons were so shocked that they were speechless. This fear came from the depths of their hearts. When they saw that the Dragonians were defeated, they were truly terrified of the humans. More than 5,000 humans were watching this battle. They were extremely excited. It seemed like they were going to win this battle. The 3 Dragonians were being suppressed and had no strength to fight back. However, the 3 humans were still relaxed. It seemed like they had not given their all. The outcome of this battle was already decided. Send them on their way. Zichen gave the final order. Then, the aura around the 3 of them suddenly changed. They were filled with murderous intent. Their eyes were cold and merciless. Then, the 3 of them attacked with all their might. Chapter 743. Several figures flew over from afar. They were all elderly demon clan elders. They had seen the battle clearly and had shouted at the right time. However, the 3 humans did not pay any attention to them. They did not stop attacking. 3 consecutive explosions were heard and the 3 Dragonians were sent flying. They coughed up blood and were dispirited. They were only a hair's breadth away from death. Stop! Let's talk things over. The 5 elders rushed over. 3 of them charged towards the Dragonians while the other 2 stopped Zichen and the other 2. It seemed that Zichen and the other 2 did not intend to continue killing the Dragonians. Moreover, his original intention was to negotiate with the demon clan. In the distance, looking at the 3 Dragonians who were on the verge of death, the demon clan's image of the Dragonians as invincible collapsed. The defeat of the Dragonians was a huge blow to them. It was even greater than Zichen's crazy massacre of the demon clan. The eyes of the humans were filled with excitement. From the elders' words, they could tell that the demon clan had given in. The 3 Dragonians swallowed the elixirs and their bodies exuded a strong vitality. Their fatal injuries were also recovering rapidly. Now that the dragonman's life was saved, the elders heaved a sigh of relief. Young friend, how should I address you? The 3 elders came forward and stood side by side with the previous 2. They were from the 5 clans. Then, the elder ape walked over from the periphery. Apart from the Dragonians, the other 6 clans had gathered. Zichin. Zichin put away his spear and replied coldly. The devil ape and the monk walked back and stood beside Zichin. All right, it's young friend Zichin. Young friend Zichin, what's the matter? Why can't we sit down and talk things over? Why must we fight? One of the 6 spoke. He was from the Celestial Wolf clan. Looking at the elders in front of him, Zichin sneered. I'm a human and you're from the demon clan. In your eyes, we're targets to be slaughtered. Do you think it's possible for us to sit down and talk things over? Of course, why not? Although we are not of the same race, we are all cultivators. It is only natural that we have something in common, said another old man. When Zichin heard this, he smiled and said, Since that is the case, there is indeed a need for us to talk. In fact, when I came here, I had the intention of negotiating with you. However, during the process of negotiating with you, your people continuously attacked me and tried to stop me. They had bad intentions and in the end, they even broke one of my expensive top-grade defensive armors. What do you think about this matter? Zichen's rhetorical question left all the demons speechless. Even the old and experienced ones did not know how to answer. You were the one who slaughtered your way in. Not only did you kill so many of us, but you also plundered the 5 bases. The amount of resources you lost is incalculable. Instead of talking about that, you talked about the supreme grade battle armor first. Compared to the looted resources, a mere supreme grade armor was nothing. You're not saying anything. You must feel that you can't answer and are too ashamed to speak. Zichin then pointed at the 3 Draconians who were recovering after swallowing the elixir and said, These 3 fellows also threatened to kill us when they first arrived. Moreover, they didn't say much before they attacked. However, they were not strong enough. Just as they were about to be killed by us, you suddenly appeared to stop them. Could it be that you also think that they can only kill and not let others kill them? Zichen's voice had become cold towards the end. Calm down, little friend Zichin. This matter is indeed our people's fault. There's also a huge misunderstanding in this matter. We didn't clear things up beforehand. How about this, little friend Zichin? How about you give us a list of how much resources you need to destroy the top-grade battle armor? Just as the old men were stunned by Zichen's question, the old macaque reacted quickly and replied with a kind smile. Zichin looked at the old ape and asked, Didn't you once complain that you were poor and had no resources in front of me? The old ape blushed with shame and said, Our heavenly ape lineage is indeed lacking in resources. We can't afford to pay for the armor either. However, our people didn't do anything at that time, so we don't need to pay for the losses. They will. The elders from the other clans nodded quickly and expressed their willingness to pay. In front of Zichin and the other 2, the once powerful demon clansmen all revealed their most humble expressions. Zichen's expression softened and said, You have to bear the consequences of your mistakes. You've all admitted your mistakes. As for the compensation, I'll reluctantly agree. The elders nodded and smiled apologetically. They felt so wrong that they wanted to cry. It seemed that they were the real victims. They were slaughtered, robbed, and now they had to pay for others. Just as the 2 sides were talking, the Dragonians who had consumed the elixir recovered from their injuries and regained their peak strength. The 3 of them stood up and glared at Zichin and the others with hatred. They were humiliated in front of so many people, so naturally, they couldn't take it lying down. Zichen's cold eyes fell on the 3 of them. His expression turned cold and he said, I'll spare your lives today. Get out of my sight. If there's a next time, I guarantee that you'll die a horrible death. Also, I'm warning you, don't look at me like I'm about to die. Zichen's voice was filled with cold murderous intent and endless threat. This made the three Dragonians tremble. However, looking at the current situation, although there were many demons present, they couldn't stop the three of them. The three Dragonians snorted and left immediately. They had lost miserably in today's battle. They had humiliated themselves and the Dragonians. However, the three of them swore that one day they would get back at them tenfold or even 100-fold. They have hatred in their hearts and are definitely plotting against us. It's better to kill them on the spot. If we let them escape, there will be endless trouble in the future, the devil ape said with murderous intent surging around him. Young friend, you can't. You can't. We don't have any big grudges. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's clear up the misunderstanding, the elders from the other races quickly said, afraid that the other party would suddenly kill them. After the three Dragonians felt the devil ape's murderous intent, they left even faster. With the Dragonians gone, the battle couldn't continue. Moreover, the few of them had assumed the posture of a peace talk, so they naturally couldn't fight. The crowd moved to the Heavenly Tiger Race's camp to discuss the matter. After taking a seat in the hall, Zichen really took out a list of materials to refine a top-grade defensive armor. Even though the materials were deliberately added, the few of them took a quick look and arranged for people to prepare them. The demon race was definitely going to suffer this loss. Looking at how Zichen's attacks are filled with extreme energy, you should be a Heaven Realm expert, right? Said the old ape in order to ease the awkward atmosphere. I can barely count as a Heaven Realm expert, but I'm not a member of the Martial Heaven Alliance, said Zichen. Even without the support of the Martial Heaven Alliance, young friend Zichen still has such accomplishments. As expected, you're worthy of admiration. The others followed the old ape's lead. They first chatted about some meaningless topics. Once both sides were familiar with each other, they began to discuss proper matters. They naturally knew why Zichen had come. It was for this region so that the humans of the chaotic region could continue hunting ancient beasts. This region is practically limitless, and there are endless ancient beasts to hunt. Both sides can take as much as they want, but your demon race's actions are truly excessive, said Zichen. Young friend Zichen's words are reasonable. This time, it was us who didn't think things through. We selfishly thought of ourselves and forgot about the humans. We've also been paying attention to this problem recently. Since young friend Zichen has brought it up, why don't we all coexist peacefully and work together to obtain resources from this region? The various races' elders all chimed in. Zichen had already used his power to prove the power of the human race. So in the ancient beast world, there should be a place for the human race. Seeing Zichen's silence, they once more emphasized that there would be no more fighting between the humans and the demon race in the ancient beast world. In other words, the humans were now allies with the demon race. When allies met, they naturally couldn't fight. So their goal was to work together to hunt ancient beasts. Zichen nodded, his expression showing complete agreement. The negotiations with the demon race ended in this way. Zichen's group of 3 had forced the demon race to negotiate, creating another miracle. Young friend Zichen, have you heard of the trial path? The Sky Tiger Elder suddenly asked when he saw that Zichen was about to leave after the negotiations ended. Trial path? What trial path? Zichen was puzzled. The 6 of them looked at each other, and then the old ape spoke. After a light cough, the old ape explained. The trial path is an ancient road. It's known as the most difficult trial in history. This ancient road hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years. Zichen looked at the old ape. He didn't speak, but he was wondering if the old ape was talking about the passage that Cien Air had entered. Only the strongest of the past can enter this ancient road. The chances of survival are not high because according to the ancient records, even sky martial artists will face great danger if they enter. You're talking about the passage in the depths? Zichen asked. It seems that little friend Zichen already knows about the passageway. Then I'll tell you the truth. There is indeed a passageway in the depths of this place, but 9 years ago, a little human girl barged in, causing the passageway to be forcefully closed. After that, we checked many ancient books and guessed that the passageway would open again 9 years later. Moreover, according to the records in the ancient books, We suspect that behind that passageway is the so-called strongest ancient road of trials in history. A young human girl barged in? Why don't you say that she was chased by your people and had no choice but to enter? Zichen's voice suddenly turned cold. There was clearly some emotion in it. The old ape was stunned. He then said, "Young friend Zichen, you've wronged us. In all honesty, that young girl made us suffer a great loss. We almost killed the dragon man guarding the passage. Fortunately, the other dragon men arrived in time. However, when they arrived, the young girl barged in decisively, causing the passage to be forcefully closed." Zichen didn't want to mention what had happened 9 years ago. He continued to ask about the trial path. Chapter 744. Monster Origin Realm. Zichen frowned. He had never heard of this realm before. "Oh, this realm is for us monsters. We call it the Monster Origin Realm, but for you humans, it's the Human Origin Realm." The elder ape smiled. Returning from the ancient road to the Human Origin Realm, which was comparable to Elder Gay and the Patriarch of the Overlord forces. This made Zichen's heart beat faster. The tyrant and the demon ape beside him were also moved. "Since it's recorded in the ancient books, many of you monsters must have gone in. Didn't they tell us exactly what's inside the ancient road of trial grounds?" Zichen asked again. The elder ape shook his head and said, "This ancient road of trial grounds hasn't appeared for 10,000 years. The records in the ancient books are no longer clear. There are only a few words. But as far as I know, none of the monsters who went in came back." "What? Everyone's dead?" Zichen's face turned pale. "So many monsters went in, but none came back. Wouldn't Sienna be in danger?" The elder ape waved his hand and smiled. No. Just because they didn't come back doesn't mean they died." "What do you mean?" Zichen looked at the elder ape again. "Take this ancient beast world for example. Can you guarantee that those who came in and didn't come back are all dead?" the elder ape asked. Zichen was startled. Then he understood. "You mean they went to other places, and the ancient road of trial grounds leads to other places?" The elder ape shook his head again. "No one knows. Maybe they went out of the ancient road and went somewhere else. Maybe they are still on the ancient road." "Still on the ancient road? How is that possible? It's been 10,000 years. Who can survive 10,000 years on the ancient road of trial grounds?" Zichen exclaimed. The lifespan of a core realm cultivator was only a few thousand years. It seemed that only the Human Origin Realm cultivators could live for more than 10,000 years. Of course, Elder Gray was an ancient beast. But since the Elder Ape was already in the Human Origin Realm, why should he stay on the ancient road of trial grounds? The reason why the ancient road of the strongest is called the strongest in history is because once you enter the ancient road of the strongest, as long as you are willing to follow the guidance of the ancient road of the strongest, you can increase your strength to the strongest level on the ancient road. Aren't the human origin stage the strongest? Of course not. The human origin realm is only the beginning of the path of trials, and is considered to be the weakest in the path of trials. There are even stronger existences above the human origin realm. In the ancient records there is also an unconfirmed rumor. It is said that the end of the path of trials is the path of godhood. There is a possibility of becoming a god there, just like how one can become a god by entering the lightning divine palace. However, it is only a rumor, and has never been confirmed. The path to godhood. This news left Zichen in a state of shock. Tyrant and the Devil Ape were speechless for a long time. The Lightning Divine Hall was just a legend, and no one had seen it before. However, this ancient road of the ancient trials seemed to be in the depths, and could be seen and touched. The weakest cultivators that came out of the ancient road were all in the mortal essence realm, while the strongest were actually in the god realm. Zichen was only in the origin core realm, and there was still a long way to go before he could reach the mortal essence realm. As for the so-called God realm, he didn't care whether or not there were gods in this world. What he cared about now was whether or not he should enter the ancient road. If this road was really a road of no return, what would happen to Lin Shui, Yu Meng Yao, the heavenly barbarian pavilion, and the everlasting sect that promised Elder Mo? Before he even stepped on the ancient road, Zichen already had many concerns and fetters in his heart. Zichen didn't speak for a long time. The old ape thought that Zichen was shocked by the so-called godhood, so he said again. Although we don't dare to be 100% sure, we are 80% sure that the ancient road of the ancient trial opens once every 9 years. Now that 9 years is almost up, if you miss it, you will have to wait for another 9 years. Or maybe even 10,000 years. Zichen, you can't miss this opportunity. Our demon race invites the three of you to go together. Facing the old ape's gaze, Zichen was stunned for a long time before he spoke. Let me think about this matter. What's there to think about? The opportunity to become a god is right in front of us. Moreover, it's almost impossible to reach the mortal essence realm in this area. The ancient road of the ancient trial is our only chance. If we weren't so old, we would have gone in too, an old man said. Zichen still shook his head and said firmly, Let me think about this matter. It's fine. The old ape waved his hand and said, There are about 2 months before the passage opens. That's enough time for you to think it through. However, I have to say that this is an opportunity, the first opportunity in 10,000 years. Zichen nodded, but he was still a little uneasy. If you're worried that our demon race will find trouble with you after you leave, then you don't have to. Although we had some misunderstandings before, we demon race always keep our word. In the end, Zichen didn't give a definite answer. After taking the resources of the supreme grade armor as compensation, he left the hall with the other two. The 6 old men of the demon race escorted the 3 of them out. When Shangguan Feixiong and the others saw Zichen, they quickly stepped forward with inquiring eyes. From now on, humans and demon race will be allies. We will hunt the ancient beasts in this area together. Both sides are not allowed to kill each other when they meet, Zichen said as soon as he came out. The group of leaders nodded repeatedly. They finally protected this area. At the same time, the 6 old men also gave the same order. After the matter in the ancient beast world was over, Zichen cupped his fists and said goodbye to the others. He led the group of humans and left for the outer region. Do you think he'll agree? Seeing the humans' figures disappear, one of the old men asked. The ancient road of ancient trial is very tempting. I think he'll agree. Even if he doesn't, his 2 companions will go in. On the way back, the humans were excited and excited. In the ancient beast world, there were so many ancient beasts that the humans couldn't handle. In addition to the demon race's attacks, the humans had suffered heavy casualties. But now, the demon race and the humans had become allies and didn't attack each other anymore. They just had to focus on hunting the ancient beasts. With such a large area of resources, the overall strength of the Bedlam land would definitely increase by several times in a few decades. Zichen, this is yours. Shangguan Feixiong took out a few spiritual rings. What are these? Zichen asked curiously. These are your gains from killing the demon race along the way. There are various weapons, demon cores, resources, and vitality stones. Shangguan Feixiong explained. You can split them among yourselves. Zichen said calmly. He didn't take the spiritual rings. No way. You've helped us a lot this time. Plus, you've lost an extreme grade armor. These are to make up for it. Shangguan Feixiong insisted. Before Zichen could reject him again, Tyrant took the spiritual rings and said, At least you have a conscience. We were almost killed by the Dragon Man this time. Tyrant kept the spiritual rings and Zichen didn't say anything else. On the way back, the humans started to kill the ancient beasts crazily. They also gained a lot. Zichen, are you going back? One of the leaders asked. That's right. I'm going back to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. I still have some things to settle there. After arriving at the outer region, Zichen separated from the other forces. Together with Shangguan Yuer, the 4 of them started their journey back. Tyrant didn't say anything until there were only 4 of them left. He asked, The ancient road of trial is definitely an opportunity for us. Why didn't you agree immediately? There are still 2 months before it opens. There's no hurry, Zichen said. But this is an opportunity. Although I don't know what's in this area, in the Bedlam lands, there are a lot of late nascent core realm experts, but only a few human origin realm experts. Obviously, it's not easy to break through to the human origin realm. But on the ancient road, it might be easier to break through to the human origin realm, said Tyrant. Zichen smiled and said, I didn't say no. It's just that I need to go back and ask for someone else's opinion. I need to know more about the ancient road of trial. Opinion? Whose opinion? Whose understanding of the ancient road of trial is better than the demon race? Tyrant asked. The demonic ape also looked at Zichen. A living ancient book, Zichen said. You mean Senior Gui? No, Senior Gui only exists in the ancient battlefield. You mean Senior Cauldron Spirit. Tyrant immediately understood. That's right. Senior Cauldron Spirit has lived for thousands of years. He might have some understanding of the ancient road of trial, Zichen said. But he's just an alchemist who can't move. How could he have any understanding of it? Even if he's just an alchemist, he's been doing it for thousands of years. Occasionally, he'll hear a sentence or two from the alchemist in the cauldron. The four of them entered Chaos City and continued to use the teleportation formation to head to the market where the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion was located. Shangguan Yuer didn't say anything during this time. She just held Zichen's arm tighter. She was also a little depressed. Zichen's return caused a small commotion in the market of the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The market manager, Hei Feng, even brought people to welcome Zichen personally. All of you go do your own things. We still have some matters to attend to and will return to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion directly. Zichen waved his hand and dismissed the crowd. The group went straight to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. After returning to the pavilion, the first thing Zichen did was to go to the treasure trove and store everything he obtained from this trip. After coming out, he went to see Senior Gui and asked Zichen about the ancient road of trial. Senior Gui had a puzzled look on his face, indicating that he didn't know. After leaving the inheritance hall where Senior Gui was stationed, Zichen went straight to the medicinal refinery peak. However, when he arrived, Senior Cauldron Spirit was still refining medicine. Qinxing told him that it would take some time. Therefore, Zichen left again. This time, he went to see his first disciple, Linger. After being away for several months, Linger was naturally happy to see Zichen. She threw herself into Zichen's arms. Shangguan Yuer had arrived a long time ago. Clearly, Linger was the only one who was close to her in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. You haven't been lazy in your cultivation recently, right? Zichen put Linger down, pinched her little nose, and asked. Linger broke free from Zichen's embrace. She pouted and said, Of course not. I'm working very hard now. Before coming, Zichen had already sensed that Linger was at the peak of the Middle Xiantian realm. Her cultivation speed was still astonishing. It was enough to prove that she hadn't been lazy. Chapter 745. Zichen walked towards Medicine Refinery Peak. By the time he arrived, Qin He and Sun Jian had already cleaned up the medicinal pellets. Cauldron Spirit was standing at the side. Zichen asked the question that had been bothering him. The ancient road of trials of the strongest? You have actually discovered this place. Cauldron Spirit's expression turned somewhat peculiar after hearing the news. Senior knows about that place. Zichen's eyes lit up. A trace of disdain flashed across Cauldron Spirit's face as he said, How could I not know about the place where the sect master of the everlasting sect was so obsessed with becoming a god that he even dared to attack Lightning Divine Palace? Naturally, he would do his best to challenge the ancient road of trials of the strongest. Then, did he succeed? Zichen blurted out. But he immediately regretted it. If Cauldron Spirit had succeeded, he would have had nothing to do with it. Succeed my ass. They let so many talented cultivators in, but less than 1 in 1,000 came out alive. Cauldron Spirit's tone was very cold. His words revealed his dissatisfaction with the everlasting sect. Zichen understood the important information in Cauldron Spirit's words. He asked, Senior, you mean that one can still come out after entering the ancient road of trials of the strongest? Of course. It's not a dead end. Of course, one can come out after entering it. However, it seems that the further one walks, the closer one gets to the dead end. Entering the path of godhood is the same as stepping onto the path of death. Cauldron Spirit continued to mock. Senior, can you explain it to me in detail? Zichen had an expectant look on his face. There's nothing much to say. It's just an ancient road of training. It's monotonous, dull, and boring. However, the ones blocking the road are all extremely powerful existences. Ordinary people are simply courting death if they enter. Cauldron Spirit looked at Zichen and said, Even if you, a yin-yang symbiosis cultivator, enter the ancient road of trials of the strongest, you will still die if you are unlucky. However, if you are lucky enough to reach the end of the ancient road of trials of the strongest, you will definitely reach the mortal origin realm. In the past, there were many ancient road of trials of the strongest. But after completing the ancient road of trials of the strongest, you will have the right to choose whether to leave or continue. Of course, it is not easy to complete the ancient road of trials of the strongest. Back then, there were many talented cultivators in the everlasting sect, but 99% of them never came out alive. After explaining some of the situations on the ancient road, Cauldron Spirit warned, You must be fully prepared before you enter the ancient road. This includes weapons that can maximize your combat strength, defensive measures that can protect you from harm, and medicinal pellets and other resources. Resources? What's the point of taking resources? Zichen was puzzled. Weapons, defense, and elixirs could all be used. Zichen knew this, but he didn't understand why they had to take resources. Cauldron Spirit lightly groaned and said, The ancient road of trial covers the entire martial heaven continent. Not only does it cover the fringe and the great desolation, but it also covers the entire south, east, west, north, center, and all other regions. As long as you find a passageway, you can enter it. Countless Dan Yuan experts from all over the continent will enter the ancient road of trial. With so many people, it is only natural that they will encounter each other. Under certain circumstances, they will trade with each other. Then what do you need to take? Keystones? Asked Zichen. Keystones seem to be the common currency of the martial heaven continent. They could be used anywhere. Rather than keystones, you might as well take the blood essence of ancient beasts. However, ordinary ancient beast blood essence isn't something that anyone would want on the ancient road of trial. Therefore, you can take the blood essence of king ancient beasts, or some yuan elixir or yuan rejuvenation pills. Zichen understood that yuan elixir was an advanced version of keystones. It could be used to recover and make breakthroughs. However, it seemed that yuan rejuvenation pills wouldn't be as effective as yuan elixir after being refined. They would only be able to recover energy within the body. Back then, the boundless sect cultivators who entered the ancient road of trial mostly brought along yuan rejuvenation pills. Although they are more expensive than yuan elixir droplets, they are worth the same as yuan elixir droplets. No one knows whether entering the ancient road of trial is a good thing or a bad thing. But as far as I know, the boundless sect had many outstanding talents who could have achieved great things in the future even without entering the ancient road of trial. However, all of them died the moment they entered the ancient road of trial. That is the graveyard of experts, geniuses, and monstrous geniuses. Even Empyrean experts would die a horrible death there. Other than being strong enough, luck is more important. In truth, Cauldron Spirit still didn't recommend Zichen to enter the ancient road of trial. However, by the time Zichen walked out of Alchemy Peak, he had already made up his mind to enter the ancient road of trial. Other than the fact that Cauldron Spirit mentioned that there was an exit, what Zichen cared about the most was that the ancient road of trial was open to all primal core cultivators of the martial heaven continent. After so many years had passed, Lin Shuet and Su Mengyao, who possessed extraordinary talent, must have also entered the primal core realm. Perhaps they would also enter the ancient road of trial at this time. After Zichen returned to Sky Barbarian Hall, he informed the demonic ape and tyrant of the news. Of course, he also informed them of the dangers in the ancient road of trial. However, the two of them were very happy to hear the news and automatically ignored the dangers in the ancient road of trial. As cultivators, the two of them had experienced plenty of dangers as they walked step by step. Soon after, Zichen instructed Cauldron Spirit to refine the medicinal pellets that they would be taking with them. Fortunately, there were only 3 of them, and not a lot of medicinal pellets were required. During this period of time, the 3 of them made a trip to the treasure pavilion and cleaned out their spiritual rings. The 3 of them took out everything that was below the core realm, or things that they didn't need, and emptied the spirit rings. Then, the 3 of them took out some useful king-level ancient beasts' blood essence. The carnivorous devil ape even took out a lot of sealed king-level ancient beasts' meat. Take some blood essences of human origin realm primal beasts as well. They might be useful, Zichen said to Tyrant and the demonic ape after picking out the items that he needed. The heavenly barbarian hall was like home to them. Naturally, the 2 of them wouldn't stand on ceremony. They went straight to the 4th floor and took some blood essences of human origin realm primal beasts. Human origin realm primal beasts' blood essences were equivalent to the ancient antiques in the ancient world. It's a pity that Longhu isn't here. If he was, we could have taken a few drops of blood essences of supreme primal beasts. Tyrant couldn't help but sigh after taking away the blood essences. If you dare to take Longhu's blood, he might come back and fight you to the death, said the demonic ape with a smile. We only have 2 months. There's not enough time. If we have enough time, we can refine a defensive formation for each of us. Zichen shook his head. He then looked at the 2 of them and said, If you need a defensive formation, each of you can take one. There's no need. My black rod is the most valuable treasure of the sky-splitting battle ape lineage. Its quality is much better than a defensive formation. It's just that I can't unleash its full power yet. The demonic ape shook its head. Zichen looked at Tyrant. The latter also shook his head and said, I don't need it either. The demon-subduing pestle is very suitable for me now. Then, the 2 of them looked at Zichen. Tyrant asked, How about you? If you don't choose a defensive formation, are you going to take that broken spear to the ancient road? When this broken spear was in good condition, it was definitely not an ordinary item, said Zichen seriously. Tyrant's face was full of sarcasm. But when it's broken, it's just a broken spear. A high-quality defensive formation can destroy it. I see that there are more and more cracks on it. I'm afraid it won't be able to withstand too many attacks before it explodes. That's right. These cracks are too fatal, so I plan to refine one myself, said Zichen with a smile. Refine one yourself? Are you kidding me? Apart from fighting and killing, do you know how to knock and knock? Tyrant teased. Do you think that my 30 years of slumber was just a dream? In the path of refining, although my practical skills can't compare to the Lu family, when it comes to theory, the entire Lu family combined can't compare to me, said Zichen confidently. With only 2 months, you think you can refine a decent defensive formation with your theory and the Lu family's practice? After putting away everything, the 3 of them went downstairs and left the treasure pavilion. Of course, there's no time to refine a new one. But if you want to repair this broken spear, 2 months should be enough, Zichen said. But before that, I need to find a material that can maximize my combat strength and integrate it into the broken spear. What material? The 2 of them were curious. Thunder crystal, said Zichen. The 2 of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. That thing only has a chance of being born in a place where thunder and lightning grow. And after being baptized by thunder and lightning, the thunder crystal is like a solid thunder and lightning. As long as the thunder crystal is integrated into the weapon, the power of thunder martial arts will naturally become stronger, explained Zichen. That's reasonable. But do you think there's a place in this area that has thunder for 24 hours a day? Tyrant suddenly turned around and looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, Of course there isn't in this area, but there is in the barbarian land. The Thunder region has been formed for 10,000 years. I don't believe that there can't be thunder crystals in 10,000 years. Tyrant suddenly understood and said, "So it's that broken place." "That's possible." Zichen cultivated thunder and lightning martial arts. To him, the Thunder region was a blessed land. He had used the thunder and lightning there many times to kill his enemies and escape. But to others, it was an undeniably dangerous place. Not to mention Dan Yuan, even a mortal Yuan cultivator would be shocked when they heard about it. Time was running out. Zichen decided to go to the Thunder region immediately. But in the meantime, he had to make preparations in advance. He asked someone to inform the Liu family in the market to stop all business of refining elixir weapons for the next few days. He also gathered all the capable refiners together, and prepared to start a fire to restore his foundation. After the Liu family's strongest expert received the news, he didn't dare to delay and personally came to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion to meet Zichen. Seeing the Liu family's Dan Yuan, Zichen explained his plan in detail. The Liu family's Dan Yuan patted his chest and promised that there would be no problem. The next day, Zichen left. He displayed his extreme speed and went straight to the teleportation array outside. Because of the urgency of time, he didn't bring Yuer. At full speed, Zichen only used 2 days to reach the barbarian land. A few hours later, he arrived outside the Thunder region. There were no animals or birds within a few miles of the Thunder region. Inside the Thunder region, there was still thunder and lightning, no different from a few decades ago. Everything was still the same. The power of thunder was still the same, but the extremely frightening power of the past was nothing in the eyes of the current Zichen. Outside the Thunder region was a no-fly zone. Once one flew in the air, they would be bombarded by thunder and lightning. Now, Zichen was confident that he wouldn't trigger the fluctuation of thunder and lightning energy in the Thunder region. Chapter 746. Thunder and lightning continued to wreak havoc in the Thunder territory. The power of the thunder and lightning surged, but after Zichen entered, there was no need for him to put up a defensive light shield. The thunder and lightning simply circled around him like a docile dragon. Between Zichen's eyebrows, the golden lightning mark automatically activated, blooming with golden light, blocking all the danger that the lightning could bring to him. Zichen stepped forward in the Thunder Dominion, going deeper level by level. In the past, he found a diamond that had lost its gold essence in the 4th level of the Thunder Dominion. It was once called a treasure. After he became stronger, he entered the Thunder Dominion and searched the 5th and 6th levels, but he found nothing. 30 years ago, Zichen entered the 7th level of the Zephyr realm to search for it, but to no avail. Today, he, who was already at the early Jindan stage, was going to enter the 8th level of the Thunder Dominion. According to legend, there were only 9 levels in the Thunder Dominion, and the lightning in the 9th level was undoubtedly the most terrifying. If Zichen couldn't find the lightning crystal in the 8th level, then he could only enter the 9th level. The 9th level of the Thunder Dominion had existed for 10,000 years. Zichen didn't believe that there weren't any lightning crystals here. Zichen smoothly passed through the first 7 levels without any danger. The 7th level of the Thunder Dominion was naturally empty. In the 4th level of the Thunder Dominion, Zichen saw a human Jindan realm cultivator refining, so he didn't disturb him. After that, Zichen stepped into the 8th level of the Thunder Dominion. The lightning in the 8th level was turbulent and terrifying, erupting with destructive power. Under the raging lightning, even a human origin realm cultivator would be turned into ashes. However, such terrifying lightning seemed extremely docile in front of Zichen. Before coming here, Zichen had already expected this, because the lightning that was sealed in his purple gold gourd was the lightning of the 8th level. However, at that time, he was standing on the 7th level, and his spiritual sense controlled the purple gold gourd to enter the 8th level to seal the lightning. After entering the 8th level of the Thunder Dominion, Zichen began to search around carefully, not letting go of any corner. He searched until he was close to the 9th level, but to no avail. It was only when he was close to the 9th level that he saw some round balls the size of a fingernail floating in the sky. These spheres emitted a silver light, as if they were tiny bolts of solidified lightning. Zichen immediately recognized that these small spheres were thunder crystals. But they were simply too small. Not to mention repairing the broken spear, they were barely enough to mend the cracks. Zichen collected all of these floating specks of light. There were only 16 of them, and they were not even as big as a primordial stone when added together. There must be lightning crystals on the 9th floor. Since the 8th floor had small thunder crystals, the 9th floor naturally also had complete large thunder crystals. Zichen put away these small thunder crystals and firmly looked at the 9th floor. It seemed that they had to enter this level. He took a deep breath and began to mobilize the ultimate energy in his body. Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang appeared, forming a light shield of Yin and Yang. Then, he used his spiritual sense to activate the lightning mark between his eyebrows. After finishing everything, Zichen stepped onto the 9th floor. Boom! As soon as he entered the 9th floor, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Under this terrifying pressure, Zichen nearly fell to the ground, but he still managed to squat down. This pressure was like the true might of heaven, causing Zichen to feel a sense of suffocation. This feeling was like a young creature seeing a giant dragon and feeling the might of a dragon. Under this pressure, not only did Zichen feel small, but he even felt a sense of danger. The light shield of Yin and Yang constantly trembled, emitting cracking sounds as if it would collapse at any moment. The Thunder Clan mark between his eyebrows was also greatly suppressed, causing its light to dim. Within his spiritual sea, Zichen's spiritual sense was firmly imprisoned. Zichen's face paled, his chest tightened, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. During this time, he constantly urged the Yin and Yang symbiotic energy in his body to maintain the light shield around him, fearing that the light shield would break at any moment. As time passed, he gradually adapted to this pressure and struggled to get up. Then, he raised his eyes and looked ahead. In front of him was a dazzling silver light. Thousands of thunderbolts were constantly flashing and wreaking havoc, causing loud booming sounds. Zichen could not see more than 10 meters ahead. Unable to see what was on the 9th floor, Zichen intended to use his spiritual sense. Under this fierce pressure, his spiritual sense was suppressed in his spiritual sea. Zichen spent a lot of effort to let a trace of his spiritual sense break free from the suppression of the lightning, and extend it into the distance. However, as soon as his spiritual sense left the light shield, it was destroyed by the lightning on the 9th floor. The destruction of his spiritual sense was equivalent to the destruction of a trace of his soul. Zichen could not help but scream, but his scream was soon drowned out by the rumbling thunder. How could this be? Zichen slowly turned his head, but he could only see the scene within a 10-meter radius. Previously, he had guessed that the lightning on the 9th floor would be more terrifying than the first 8, but he never expected it to be this terrifying. With the lightning clan's mark suppressed, these ferocious, mighty, and terrifying lightning bolts that were comparable to lightning dragons were no longer docile. They no longer circled around Zichen in a fawning manner. Instead, they were like ferocious dragons that wanted to destroy Zichen. Thankfully, the lightning clan's mark could still be of some use. It allowed the lightning dragons that were wreaking havoc to circle around Zichen before they struck him. Zichen didn't discover any lightning crystals within his line of sight. All he could do was advance. However, under such terrifying pressure, Zichen felt as though he was holding a huge mountain. Every step he took was very difficult, and took a long time. After a short dozen steps, Zichen, who had a perfect body, was panting heavily. However, these dozen steps weren't in vain. He discovered a lightning crystal. This was a lightning crystal the size of a fist. It floated silently in the air, allowing the thousands of lightning bolts to wreak havoc. However, it remained as stable as a boulder in midair, not moving at all. This thunder crystal was 5 steps away from Zichen. After taking 4 steps with great difficulty, Zichen reached out and took the thunder crystal. The thunder crystal contained an extremely terrifying power of thunder and lightning. If an ordinary Dan Essence Realm cultivator tried to take it, they would definitely be devoured by the thunder and lightning energy on the thunder crystal. However, Zichen had the thunder and lightning energy, so he was immune to this power and was fine. The 9th level of the lightning dominion was very large, much larger than the 8th level. During this period, Zichen also discovered several lightning crystals. He slowly and firmly chased after the lightning crystals. After taking dozens of steps, Zichen obtained a total of 5 lightning crystals. They were all the size of fists. 5 fist-sized lightning crystals, in addition to the small lightning crystal from before, were enough to repair the broken spear. This place was filled with danger. If he wasn't careful, he could lose his life to the lightning. Having achieved his goal, Zichen decided to leave. At that moment, he discovered another lightning crystal 10 meters away. In the 9-level lightning dominion, Zichen could only see 10 meters. The reason why he could see beyond that was because the lightning crystal was too large and dazzling. This lightning crystal was the size of a human head. It emitted a dazzling silver light, as though there were many lightning bolts sealed within it. The resplendent and dazzling light shot over from 10 meters away. Zichen had never seen or heard of such a large lightning crystal. In the inherited memories of the Infinity Sect, there was no record of such a large lightning crystal. It seemed to be only 10 meters away. Curious, Zichen took a few steps forward to take a closer look. After taking 5 steps forward, Zichen saw the large lightning crystal under the dazzling light. Instantly, a look of shock appeared on his face. How is this possible? After recovering from his shock, Zichen's face was filled with disbelief. There was actually a dragon sealed within the lightning crystal. This dragon was extremely similar to the legendary totem-level divine dragon. This divine dragon was nurtured within the lightning crystal. Its body emitted a dazzling silver light, as if it was a divine dragon that could control the power of lightning. Moreover, this divine dragon was swimming within the lightning crystal. It was extremely lifelike, as if it was a real dragon. Dragon? Could it really be a dragon? Zichen's expression slowly became one of shock. Dragons were existences of legend. How could there be a dragon in this world? Suppressing the shock in his heart, Zichen took a deep breath and did his best to approach the large lightning crystal. After a few more steps, he was less than 5 meters away from the lightning crystal. He could clearly see the divine dragon nurtured within the lightning crystal. This divine dragon looked exactly like a real dragon. Its dragon horns, dragon whiskers, and dragon scales were all the same as in the legends. It looked extremely lifelike, but if one stared at it for a long time, they would discover that this divine dragon would occasionally transform into a bolt of lightning as it moved. Sometimes it would transform into a lightning dragon, sometimes it would transform into a bolt of lightning. However, this scene made Zichen understand that this was not a divine dragon nurtured within the lightning crystal. Instead, it was a bolt of lightning that could transform. Regarding this, Zichen was greatly disappointed. Then, his face filled with curiosity. A bolt of lightning that could transform into a divine dragon. Didn't that mean that this bolt of lightning had the ability to transform and had life? Could it be, suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through Zichen's sea of consciousness. As the bolt of lightning flashed through his sea of consciousness, he remembered what it was. Lightning Soul Crystal Soul. This was a variant version of the lightning crystal. It was also in existence of a higher level than the lightning crystal. This thing was also a legendary object. It was the same as the essence soul nurtured within a primal stone. It existed in legends, but no one had ever seen it before. The lightning crystal would occasionally transform into the appearance of a divine dragon. This was because the lightning crystal had already nurtured a crystal soul. It was equivalent to this lightning crystal having a soul and life. Once the crystal soul was broken, that would be when this life would be born. Once it was born, it would be a small lightning dragon. It could also be called a lightning spirit. After this thing is born, could it really be a lightning dragon? Zichen looked at the lightning crystal in front of him. Various kinds of lights flashed in his eyes. However, it seemed that it would take an endless amount of time for the lightning spirit to be born. Moreover, during this time, it could not be ruled out that it would suddenly die. Wanting a lightning spirit to be born successfully was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Regarding this, Zichen did not hold any hope. Although this lightning spirit already had the ability to transform, it only had a little bit of life aura. According to a conservative estimate, it would take at least 10,000 years to hatch. It might even take tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years. Zichen could not afford to wait for such a long time. An unhatched lightning soul crystal soul was equivalent to a lightning crystal. Moreover, it was thousands of times more precious than a lightning crystal. It was also an excellent refining material. After hesitating for a few seconds, Zichen decided to take this lightning soul crystal soul and integrate it into the broken spear to increase his battle strength. Chapter 747. Boom! Just when Zichen was less than 2 meters away from the Thunder Spirit crystal, an even stronger pressure emerged from the heavens and earth and swept towards Zichen. Under this pressure, Zichen felt as if the huge mountain pressing down on him had suddenly become a divine mountain. The huge pressure caused his bones to make cracking sounds as if they were being squeezed too much. At the same time, his body felt as if it was being hit by a heavy hammer. Dull crashing sounds kept coming from his body. This was the sound of his bones breaking and his meridians exploding. Zichen could not help but cough up a mouthful of pale golden blood. Then, his whole body was sent flying dozens of meters away. In the process of flying back, the yin-yang light shield around Zichen broke automatically. Many thunder dragons were crazily attacking Zichen. Seeing so many thunder dragons coming towards him, Zichen seemed to hear the evil laughter of many demons. The threat to his life made him ignore the pain in his body. He used all his spiritual thoughts to merge with the Thunder Clan mark between his eyebrows. The Thunder Clan mark was emitting a pale golden light. Under the full power of Zichen's spiritual thoughts, the light suddenly became bright. Under this bright light, many thunder dragons approached Zichen and brushed past Zichen's body. The thunder and lightning energy that was wreaking havoc around the thunder dragons came into contact with Zichen's body. His powerful perfect body was instantly torn apart by the aftermath of the energy. Pale golden blood splattered everywhere. Everything happened in less than a breath's time. Zichen had gone from being completely unharmed to being covered in wounds. Moreover, he had brushed shoulders with death in an instant. At this moment, his body was injured in many places by the aftermath of the thunder and lightning. The bones in his body were all shattered under the previous pressure. Moreover, the meridians in his body had also suffered unimaginable damage from the heavy hammer attack. Zichen was severely injured in an instant. Moreover, his injuries had reached the point where his life was at risk. Without saying anything, he quickly took out a supreme elixir from his spiritual ring. Withstanding the great pressure, he put it into his mouth with difficulty. Within a breath of time, he had forced Zichen to consume a treasure pill. If it had been any other primal core cultivator, even a late-stage primal core cultivator, he would have died instantly. A rich aura of life filled his entire body. Under the circulation of his cultivation method, Zichen's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the meridians in his body began to repair on their own. The bones that had been crushed by the pressure were also being corrected. Then, the external injuries on his body began to scab. Zichen tried his best to sit down cross-legged. Then, he revolved his cultivation method to speed up his recovery. During this time, the Thunder Clan mark between his eyebrows constantly emitted a golden light. A few minutes later, the yin-yang light shield around Zichen appeared again, and the lightning mark between his eyebrows dimmed. Zichen opened his eyes, which were still filled with fear. Just now, he had almost been killed by the sudden pressure. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, he would have died here today. What a terrifying pressure! It's at least twice as strong as here. Zichen looked ahead. Dozens of meters away, less than 2 meters away from the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul, the pressure suddenly soared. This caught Zichen off guard. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen stood up again and walked forward. After walking for dozens of meters, he stopped 2 meters away from the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul. 2 meters. At this moment, he was only 2 meters away from the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul. However, it was as if the two sides were separated by heaven and earth. If it was in the outside world, Zichen would be able to travel back and forth more than 100 times in a single breath with his extreme speed. However, in this place, not to mention 100 times, even a single round trip would cause Zichen to be instantly blasted into nothingness by the lightning. However, Zichen was obviously unwilling to give up the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul just like that. Therefore, he stood in place, hesitating and hesitating. He waited for a full 15 minutes. Let's fight. In the end, Zichen made up his mind to fight head-on. It was only 2 meters. If he retreated, it would obviously not be Zichen's style. The yin and yang energy in Zichen's body was mobilized again, and then formed a perfect energy shield. In addition, the Thunder Clan mark between Zichen's eyebrows was also released to the strongest. The golden light was so bright that it reached the limit of his control. After that, Zichen stepped forward. One step, nothing happened. The pressure was as strong as before. However, Zichen did not let down his guard. After the first step landed and stood firm, Zichen raised his second step, stepped forward, and landed. Boom! The pressure that was twice as strong appeared again. The surging pressure approached him. The previous feeling came again without warning. However, this time, Zichen was obviously fully prepared. Just as the surging pressure approached him, he let out a loud roar. Golden light flashed around his body, and then he used all his strength to resist the pressure. Bang! In less than a breath's time, the sound of bones breaking came from Zichen's body. Then, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The protective light shield shattered, and he was sent flying. The previous scene played out again. The terrifying Thunder Dragon let out a demonic laugh and rushed toward Zichen. This time, Zichen was prepared. His injuries were not as serious as before. After quickly controlling his spiritual thoughts, he dodged the Thunder Dragon's attack first. His bones were shattered, and his meridians were slightly damaged. However, these injuries were not enough for him to take a treasure pill. Therefore, Zichen took a blood-healing pill and began to heal. The blood-healing pill was known as a smaller treasure pill. Its effect was indeed extraordinary. Zichen's injuries were quickly healed. After that, Zichen stood in the same place again. His expression was still unwilling. 2 meters, only 2 meters away. No, it was not 2 meters. It was only a little more than 1 meter. Therefore, Zichen began to step forward for the third time. He continued to step forward. The first step was fine, but the second step sent him flying again. There was no suspense. Bang! Bang! The sound of Zichen being sent flying and smashing to the ground continued to ring out. It was like an earthquake, spreading throughout the entire Thunder Territory. On the 4th level of the Thunder Territory, there was a Dan Yuan refining a pill weapon. However, the occasional tremors seriously affected him. After the ground trembled from time to time, the materials he used to refine his weapons were instantly reduced to nothingness. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The materials he had painstakingly collected were gone just like that. Dan Yuan was furious. He stood up and looked around. Every time there was a tremor, it would ring again after a period of time. This time, it had been ringing for a day and a night. The furious Dan Yuan walked toward the 3rd level. He thought that someone should be refining a weapon here. However, he walked through the 3rd level and reached the 2nd level. He did not find anything at all on the 1st level. Did he fail and leave? Dan Yuan's eyes were still filled with anger. Bang! Another tremor rang out. The ground shook like an earthquake. He didn't leave. This is coming from the depths. Dan Yuan turned around and looked at the 5th level of the Thunder Territory in horror. The 5th level of the Thunder Territory was extremely terrifying to him. He did not dare to enter casually. Now that he heard the tremors coming from there, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Is someone refining a weapon, or is some strange creature about to be born in the Thunder Territory? Dan Yuan's eyes widened. No matter what he guessed, it was extremely dangerous. He did not say anything and quickly fled. After a day and a night of testing, Zichen had already tested it dozens of times. However, he and the Thunder Spirit Crystal seemed to have become worlds apart. It was only 2 meters, no, 1.5 meters, but he could not take it away. Do I have to give up just like that? Zichen was extremely unwilling. However, it seemed that too many pills were consumed here, whether it was the treasure pill or the blood healing pill. Moreover, if he could not get it, he could not get it. There was no point in wasting time. Zichen, who had never given up, had to give up today. So close yet worlds apart? So close yet worlds apart? Zichen shouted angrily. After a day and a night, he finally gave up and prepared to leave. However, before he left, he had to collect some of the lightning from the 9th level. Therefore, Zichen touched his glabella and the brilliant purple gold gourd appeared. Without the control of his spiritual thoughts, Zichen had to use the purple gold gourd to collect the lightning. Therefore, he removed the cork of the gourd himself and sent his spiritual thoughts to the purple gold gourd through his arm to his fingers. The psychedelic light scattered in front of him. The surging lightning became extremely docile. Like a swimming dragon, it followed the psychedelic light and entered the purple gold gourd. Looking at the purple gold gourd, Zichen's extremely bad mood was relieved. It did not explode under the raging lightning of the 9th level and could collect lightning at will. The quality of the gourd did not disappoint. Suddenly Zichen was stunned. His whole body was petrified. The purple gold gourd was still facing the front. In the direction of the psychedelic light, the lightning was suppressed and shrunk. This petrified state lasted for a full quarter of an hour before Zichen woke up. Then, holding the gourd lid, he slapped his face. I'm so stupid. How could I not understand such a simple principle? I almost died. Zichen could not help but curse. A distance of 2 meters would always be 2 meters. Although it was not close yet, it was definitely not the end of the world. Zichen calmed himself down and stepped forward. Once again, he was 2 meters away from the purple gold gourd. Then, Zichen took 2 small steps forward, reaching the maximum distance between them. At this moment, the distance between them was only a little more than 1.5 meters. Then, Zichen grabbed the bottom of the purple gold gourd and pointed the mouth of the gourd at the Thunder Soul crystal 1 meter away. His spiritual thoughts began to control the purple gold gourd through his body. Beams of psychedelic light were scattered again, forming a fan-shaped light. It fell forward and pointed directly at the Thunder Soul crystal. Withdraw! Zichen shouted as the psychedelic light fell on the Thunder Soul crystal. A suction force came from the psychedelic light. The Thunder Soul crystal seemed to feel danger approaching. It trembled, trying to get rid of the suction force. Buzz! At this time, Zichen's gourd began to tremble. More psychedelic light fell. The Thunder Soul crystal, which was trembling and trying to get rid of the psychedelic light, was firmly fixed by the psychedelic light in the next moment. After Zichen shouted again, the Thunder Soul crystal shrank instantly and entered the purple gold gourd. It was done. Everything was so simple and easy. However, in the previous day and night, Zichen almost lost his life. Zichen was speechless about this. After staying here for a day and a night, Zichen knew that as long as he did not continue to move forward, there was no danger in this area. Therefore, he wandered around the safe area and searched. Then, Zichen found a lot of fist-sized thunder crystals. Zichen's harvest in this thunder territory was really not small. Chapter 748. Outside the lightning field, over 10 primal core experts were gathered. Their expressions were grave as they stared at the lightning field. Furthermore, there were even people from Yunxia City's Wang family amongst them. Wang Zhenwei and Wang Zhentian were both present. Mo Xiao, are you sure you're telling the truth? Asked one of the primal core experts. Of course. I can guarantee that there's either an expert refining a treasure here, or a strange object is about to be born. That rumbling sound is like an earthquake, said Mo Xiao confidently. He was the one who had left after failing to refine a treasure. He felt that this matter was extremely strange and had reported it to the Wang family. But we also went in and even went to the 5th level. There wasn't a single person inside, and we also didn't hear the rumbling sound you mentioned, said another primal core expert. If there's nothing on the 5th level, then go to the 6th level. There's also the 7th level. I can guarantee that the rumbling sound is coming from the depths. As for why we can't hear it now, it should have already stopped. Either the expert has finished refining a treasure, or the strange object has already been born, said Mo Xiao. Everyone felt that this made sense, and so they patiently waited. If no expert appeared after a long time, then it naturally meant a strange treasure had been born. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a figure appeared from the Thunder territory. Expert! Do you see? There really is an expert refining a treasure! Shouted Mo Xiao. But before he could finish speaking, his eyes widened. The others were the same. An expert? Was there an expert whose robes were as tattered as rags? Zichen appeared. His robes were in tatters, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them rags. Furthermore, his face was slightly charred black from the lightning. He was in an extremely sorry state. Seeing the 10 primal core experts in front of him, he was also stunned. Both sides were stunned. Quite a few people felt that this extremely sorry figure seemed very familiar. Father-in-law, what are you doing here? Zichen was the first to react. Looking at Wang Zhentian, he naturally had to call him father-in-law. You are Zichen? Wang Zhentian's eyes widened as well. His face was filled with disbelief. Zichen, your Lord Zichen? Hearing this, the others were also shocked. Sure enough, upon closer inspection, this extremely wretched existence was none other than Zichen. Father-in-law, why are you here? Zichen asked curiously. I should be the one asking you that. Didn't you go to the ancient beast world? Why are you here? Wang Zhentian couldn't help but laugh at Zichen's appearance. Zichen lowered his head and looked at his body. He understood immediately. A light flashed around him and the tattered cloth disappeared. It was replaced by a brand new black robe. At the same time, the charred skin on his face disappeared and he became handsome again. I returned from the ancient beast world and came here to find something. I didn't expect it to not be in the 8th level. It was only in the 9th level. Who would have thought that the lightning in the 9th level would be so strong? I spent a lot of effort to get it, Zichen explained. Then he went forward to greet Wang Zhenwei. But as soon as he said this, the other inner core cultivators were dumbfounded. They were all inner core cultivators in the 8th and 9th levels. It seemed that they were still in the 4th and 5th levels. Wang Zhentian smiled. We heard that a treasure had appeared here, so we came to take a look. Zichen immediately understood. His gaze landed on Mo Xiao as he said, Weren't you refining weapons inside? Oh, it should be that I disturbed you when I was exchanging blows with Lei Dian. Did you fail in refining weapons? Zichen cleverly turned the matter of being ravaged by lightning into fighting with it. Lord Zichen, greetings. Seeing Zichen, Mo Xiao was very excited. When I came, I happened to see you refining on the 4th level, so I went straight in, Zichen said with a smile. Lord Zichen actually took a look at me. That's too cool. Mo Xiao was even more excited, and his eyes lit up. Zichen, on the other hand, blushed with shame. It seemed that such an infatuated look should be more suitable for a female cultivator. You should have failed, right? Zichen asked again. It doesn't matter if I failed. I'll just find resources to refine another one. However, it's really my luck to be able to see Lord Zichen today. Mo Xiao seemed to be very indifferent about the pill weapon. I don't have a suitable pill weapon on me. How about this? Go to the Lu family and ask for a good grade pill weapon. Tell them that I gave it to you. When the time comes, I'll inform the Lu family. Zichen knew how difficult it was for an ordinary inner core cultivator to find resources to refine a pill weapon. Moreover, Mo Xiao had the resources but did not ask the Lu family for help. Instead, he refined it himself. Obviously, he could not give the corresponding reward. Mo Xiao's failure was also related to him. At such a time, Zichen would help if he could. Moreover, Mo Xiao was clearly a rogue cultivator. It was very difficult for him to break through to inner core. Good grade pill weapon, really? Mo Xiao asked excitedly, but quickly reacted. His face reddened, and he immediately said no. Go. If you want to join a force, you can go to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion in the Land of Chaos and find Wang Qiong, Zichen said with a smile. He seemed very friendly. It's rare to see you. Recently, your mother-in-law has been talking about you and Sienna. Since you're back, why don't you come home and have a seat? Wang Zhentian said. Yeah, come home and have a seat. Everyone in the family misses you, Wang Zhenwei said. Hearing the word family, Zichen's heart was somewhat moved. It seemed to be an extremely warm word. Just thinking about it made him feel happy. However, Zichen still refused. I'm really sorry. I have a lot of things to do this time. This time, I came to find a refining material. Once I'm done, I'll enter the trial path to find Sienna. Zichen gave a brief explanation of the trial path. Hearing this, the group's eyes flashed. However, after hearing that even Heaven Realm cultivators would die miserably, they decisively gave up on the idea of entering. After chatting for a bit more, Zichen turned into a bolt of lightning and left. So that's Lord Zichen, the hero who created a legend. Seeing him today, he doesn't have the slightest arrogance. Not only does he not have any arrogance, but he's also very friendly. Talking to him feels like a spring breeze. After Zichen left, the few Dan elemental experts discussed in low voices. Their eyes were filled with worship. For people from a barbarian land, Zichen's deeds could almost be called a miracle. 2 days later, Zichen, who was rushing back, returned to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Tyrant and the others heard the news and rushed over. They all asked Zichen about his gains. I almost lost my life, so of course my gains were great. Zichen smiled. Shangguan Yue heard this and was worried. She asked what happened. Zichen didn't want to talk about such an embarrassing matter. Who knew that Yue would insist, so he had to tell her. In the end, when Zichen told them how to take away the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul, except for Shangguan Yue whose eyes were red, the others burst out laughing. Zichen rubbed his nose, feeling embarrassed. Zichen almost died, and you guys are still laughing. Are you guys friends? Shangguan Yue said angrily. Haha, who asked him to be stupid? 1 day and 1 night, haha. Tyrant and the others continued to laugh. They were very happy that Zichen and the others were at a disadvantage. Not long after, Lu Clan's Dan Yuan heard the news and rushed over. He knew that Zichen was pressed for time, so he didn't dare to delay refining. Before refining, see if this thing can be melted in your place. After saying this, Zichen looked at LV Peng and said, Set up a confinement array in the main hall. It can't be that serious. LV Peng looked at Zichen. Just in case. Zichen said seriously. Lu Clan's Dan Yuan was very confused. Obviously, he didn't know what the two were talking about. LV Peng took out the array flags and set up a confinement array around everyone. At the same time, he made a seal to control the array. After the confinement array was formed, Zichen took out the purple gold gourd. Under the control of his spiritual thoughts, he released the Thunder Soul Crystal. The Thunder Soul Crystal Soul emitted a dazzling light of thunder and lightning. The moment it appeared, a thunder might spread out. Such a thunder might cause everyone's expression to change slightly. However, when they saw what was inside the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul, they were all shocked. Dragon, it's a dragon! Everyone was in a state of shock, and then horror. Their expressions were almost the same as when Zichen saw the Thunder Soul Crystal for the first time. At this moment, the Thunder Soul Crystal in the air suddenly trembled and then flew into the air. Obviously, it wanted to escape, while everyone was in a state of shock. However, as soon as it flew, it hit the array and was directly bounced back. LV Peng also made a seal at this time, and the array began to shrink layer by layer until it completely imprisoned the Thunder Soul crystal in the air. "Oh my God, it's a dragon!" Everyone was still in a state of shock. "It's not a dragon, just a bolt of lightning. But if it is successfully born, it may be a thunder dragon," Zichen explained. "Then why do we still need to refine it? Just wait for it to be born." "How domineering is it to raise a dragon?" Monk said first. "It can be a thunder dragon at any time, but to successfully be born, it will take at least tens of thousands of years." When Monk heard this, he lost all interest. Tens of thousands of years? Forget it. We don't even know if we can live that long. Sure enough, in the confinement, the thunder and lightning in the Thunder Soul crystal began to change between thunder and lightning. Seeing this scene, everyone was amazed. "How is it? Can your earth fire melt it?" Zichen looked at Lu Clan's Dan Yuan. During this period, Lu Clan's Dan Yuan had been looking at the Thunder Soul crystal and studying it carefully. Lu Clan's Dan Yuan did not speak. Clearly, he could not make up his mind. Zichen simply took out a thunder crystal and said, "See if you can melt this." This Thunder Soul crystal is the advanced version of the Thunder crystal. Lu Clan's Dan Yuan took the Thunder crystal and looked at it carefully. Then, he used his energy to point at the Thunder crystal a few times. After a while, he frowned. This Thunder crystal should be able to melt, but the Thunder Soul crystal is too difficult. Moreover, this Thunder Soul crystal already has soul power. Our Lu Clan does not know the art of soul fusion. If we rashly melt it into the broken spear, it will be a waste. Then bring the refining materials to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and use the earth fire here to melt it. As for the art of soul fusion, I know a little. When the time comes, I will command and you guys can operate it," Zichen said. They had used the Lu Clan's refining equipment for a long time and were already very familiar with it. "All right, I will get someone to prepare it," Lu Clan's Dan Yuan said and left. Zichen nodded and signaled Lu Ping to go to the weapon refining peak. Chapter 749. Before the opening of the pavilion, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had already made preparations. There were reserves for weapon refinement and elixir refinement. However, the Lu family had always helped to refine elixir weapons, so the weapon refinement peak had never been opened. Today was the first time the weapon refinement peak was opened to the public. Half a day later, the Lu family's Dan Yuan prepared everything and brought the family's cultivators with excellent weapon refinement skills to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The weapon refinement peak was located in a more remote location in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. LV Ping had deliberately chosen this location among the many peaks. Just like the place where they refined elixir, the earth fire here was very strong. Furthermore, there was an array formation, so it was easier to control. The Lu family took a bunch of weapon refinement equipment and entered the weapon refinement peak. After placing the equipment above the earth fire, they prepared to refine weapons. LV Ping used the array formation to communicate with the earth fire. Red fire snakes spewed out from the ground. "Everyone, familiarize yourselves with it first," the Lu family's Dan Yuan instructed the cultivators. The red earth fire began to rise. As the temperature rose, it gradually turned blue. The Lu family cultivators were also adapting to the new environment. After about an hour, everyone expressed that everything was fine. Next, it was time to refine weapons. "I have gained quite a lot this time. I have enough thunder crystals. As for the broken spear, it's better to melt it down and refine it again." Zichen took out the broken spear. Once the blood-red broken spear was taken out, a crazy evil aura surged. This evil aura directly affected the Lu family cultivators who were refining weapons. They all frowned and turned pale. Zichen threw the broken spear into the air. His fingers emitted a golden light and he started to form seals. Rays of golden energy appeared between his fingers and landed on the broken spear. As the golden light surged, the blood-red broken spear began to emit a brilliant golden light. The evil aura on the spear also slowly disappeared under the golden light. This is the soul-sealing seal. When Zichen finished the last seal, the blood-red broken spear had turned into a golden broken spear. When there was no more evil aura around it, the Lu family's Dan Yuan let out a strange cry. The evil aura has been sealed. Melt it down now. Zichen pointed his finger, and the broken spear flew directly toward the earth fire. The shock in Lu Danyuan's eyes did not dissipate for a long time. This was actually the soul-sealing seal, one of the top refining techniques. Such a technique was much stronger than the one given by Zichen last time. Moreover, looking at Zichen's technique, it was obvious that he was extremely skilled. This made Lu Danyuan's eyes become extremely eager. Lu Peng, increase the firepower. You guys start melting these thunder crystals. Just as the Lu family's Dan Yuan was using the earth fire to melt the broken spear, Zichen took out a large number of thunder crystals. Zichen took out 16 fist-sized thunder crystals. With so many thunder crystals, it was enough to fuse them into the broken spear. The thunder crystals gave off a silver light, and there seemed to be a bolt of lightning sealed within them. They gave off a faint might. After leaving the thunder territory, the thunder crystal no longer emitted any thunder energy. It turned into pure thunder crystals. Everyone controlled it with their spiritual thoughts, and did not suffer any backlash. When the 16 thunder crystals appeared, the Lu clan's core essence cultivators started to get busy. These were all refining materials. They were minerals. When they turned from solid to liquid, it would take a long time for each of them to melt. Fortunately, the Lu clan had many of them and could control them at the same time. During the fusion process, the Lu clan's cultivators constantly sprayed meltable substances on these artifacts. Time passed. Days passed like this. It was boring and monotonous. Previously, the monk and the devil ape would come to watch. However, everyone maintained the same action every day. Over time, the two of them lost their patience. During this period, Zichen stood in place and watched every step of the melting process to avoid any mistakes. After 10 days, the broken spear showed signs of melting. Just as Lu Peng activated the array to increase the firepower, the broken spear began to melt. In comparison, the thunder crystals were slightly easier to melt. After adding substances to accelerate the melting process, the thunder crystals turned into thunder crystal liquid. If it was normal refining, after the materials were melted into liquid, the impurities in them would be refined using a secret technique. This would take a lot of time. The reason refining was time-consuming was that it took a long time to remove the impurities. The thunder crystals were the purest products. There were no impurities in them. After they were melted, they could be refined and fused. Naturally, this time was saved. The broken spear was also an extraordinary weapon. Before it was formed, it had been refined countless times. After it was melted, there was no need to deliberately remove the impurities. As long as the two were melted and fused, it would not take too long. This was undoubtedly taking advantage of the pure materials. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The broken spear had completely melted into liquid. The 16 thunder crystals had also melted and fused, forming a small pool of thunder crystal liquid. The two materials melted. When it was time to fuse, the Lu clan's core essence looked at Zichen. Let me fuse. Zichen, who had not spoken for 20 days, spoke for the first time. Once the melted liquid left the earth fire, it would quickly condense again. Therefore, during the fusion process, whether or not the two substances could be perfectly fused depended on the skill of the refiner. The quality of the refined weapon also depended on whether or not the various substances were completely fused. 9 drops of golden blood floated in front of Zichen. This was his life essence blood. The moment the two liquids fused, Zichen injected a drop of blood into the fusion liquid. Then Zichen formed seals with his hands again. This time, the seals formed were extremely frequent. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 streams of golden energy appeared between Zichen's fingers. They fell into the fusion liquid like golden raindrops. The golden blood instantly penetrated the fusion liquid. After the golden energy that Zichen injected entered the fusion liquid, it also caused the fusion liquid to break down and fuse. Then, Zichen pointed out a second drop of essence blood, and the speed of his hand seals was even faster than before. He repeated this process until all 9 drops of blood had fallen into the fusion liquid. Under Zichen's seals, the liquid of the broken spear, Zichen's blood, and the liquid of the thunder crystal were fusing perfectly. After Zichen injected all 9 drops of blood, the Lu clan's core essence reacted and exclaimed, "This is the blood refining technique." This blood refining technique was also a top-level refining technique. His eyes widened to the limit, wanting to take this opportunity to observe. At this moment, the fusion had reached a critical moment. Zichen had no time to pay attention to the Lu clan's core essence's fuss. The seals formed by Zichen's hands were even more complicated, cumbersome, and fast. As streams of golden energy fell, the 2 liquids and Zichen's blood were also perfectly breaking down and fusing. During this time, Zichen withdrew the soul sealing technique that he had used on the broken spear. In the next moment, in the fusion liquid, the hidden evil aura in the broken spears surged again. The shock in the Lu clan's core essence's eyes had reached its limit. Zichen's speed of forming seals became faster and faster. In the end, it was a blur. The Lu clan's core essence's eyes could no longer keep up with his speed. Although he could no longer see clearly, he could guess how many seals Zichen had formed. 9,999 seals. These were the 9 extremes recorded in the blood refining technique. These were the top-level refining techniques of the Wuji sect. The Lu clan had only passed down a few words of these top-level techniques. They only had the form but not the meaning. What Zichen was displaying now was the true essence. This was the true treasure for a refining family. It seemed that Zichen had not only obtained the complete alchemy techniques of the Wuji sect, but also the refining techniques of the Wuji sect. The Lu clan's core essence was itching to see such a technique. He wondered what price he should pay in exchange for such a technique. Maintain a constant temperature. Don't continue to melt, and don't solidify. Zichen's voice pulled the Lu clan's core essence back from his daze. After more than 9,000 seals fell, the liquids had perfectly fused together. However, at this moment, it was still liquid. As the liquid flowed, it was vaguely possible to see that it was a long spear and not the original battle spear. The Lu clan's core essence carefully controlled the spear-shaped liquid to return to the earth fire. He relied on his spiritual senses to sense the constant temperature. He did not dare to raise or lower the temperature. At this moment, the entire liquid was emitting 3 colors: blood, gold, and silver. It could be seen that these 3 colors had perfectly fused together. The 3 colors took turns to change. It was extremely beautiful. The evil aura also seemed to have become stronger under the blood refining technique. It took 22 days for the spear's shadow to take shape. If he added seals now, this long spear would be considered a success and would definitely be a great weapon of mass destruction. However, Zichen obviously would not stop there. Next, it was time to melt the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. By the time Zichen took out the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul, LV Ping had already activated the array formation of the entire mountain peak. A huge energy light shield enveloped the entire mountain peak like an inverted bowl. LV Ping did this to prevent Zichen from making a mistake and to prevent the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul from taking the opportunity to escape. With the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul in hand, Zichen first bit the tip of his tongue. Pale golden blood flowed out from the tip of his finger. Then, Zichen used his bleeding finger to imprint on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. Like a ghost, Zichen wrote a total of 8 ancient characters on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. This was the blood sealing technique. It could ensure that the newborn soul in the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul would not be harmed. During the melting process, it could also fuse with one's own blood. Previously, the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul had been trembling in Zichen's hand. When Zichen finished writing the 8 characters, it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and remained motionless. Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to control the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul in front of the earth fire. He coldly said, "Raise the earth fire to the strongest level." Hearing this, LV Peng's hands began to form seals. Then, the blue earth fire began to approach the dark blue earth fire. After that, it emitted an extremely dazzling white light. After the earth fire heated up, the 8 characters on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul began to emit a brilliant golden light. Then, the 8 characters seemed to have a life of their own. They began to seep into the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul bit by bit, reaching outside the life thunder lightning. The last step of the refining process was to fuse the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul's liquid with the spear-shaped liquid from before. Everyone was waiting for the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul to melt. During this time, the Liu family cultivators were not stingy with the amount of quick-melting liquid they poured on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. This wait lasted for 20 days. After 20 days, the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul began to melt. However, the lightning within it did not change at all. On the surface of the lightning, the 8 characters emitted golden light, blocking all the burning of the earth fire. A few days later, when the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul had completely melted into liquid, the lightning of life still did not melt. Moreover, its life aura seemed to have become stronger, frequently switching between lightning and lightning dragons. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.